Maoists who were in the Kulari Ghat Reserve Forest in Chhattisgarh, and that's about 5 kilometers in Odisha's Naupada district. And based on the intelligence inputs, the operation was carried out. It is a multi-state operation, and it was carried out by the Special Operations Group of Odisha, Chhattisgarh's E-30 force, as well as CRPF personnel who are deployed, of course, in all these very sensitive areas. And just on the January 20th, we saw 2 women Maoist cadres who were neutralized, and a large cache of arms, ammunition and IEDs, including an SLR, was seized. And again, a major encounter on the 21st of January took place, in which an exchange of fire happened. And that had led to the death of these 12 Maoists that we are talking about. And from them as well, weapons and ammunitions have been recovered. The scale of this operation, if you were to look at, this is something that is involving Maoists from multiple states, and therefore the security forces as well garnered from Odisha, Chhattisgarh, as well as the Central Paramilitary Force, which is the CRPF, and we are told as many as 1,000 personnel from all these states are involved in this operation, and therefore it's a very high-scale operation, interstate operations with a lot of coordination that was required between these multiple security agencies. And we must remember that neutralizing someone like Mr. Chalapathy would be considered a very major gain. We have not got the inputs yet on the identity of the others, but I would presume that not all top leaders travel together. The usual standard operating procedure is that if you have very high-level ranking officers in one place, that could lead to security risk, and therefore the SOP is that you will have, if you have a very high-ranking leader, then you will have many more of second-rank or third-rank leaders, and not really of the same kind of a seniority, if I may put it that way. So the SP or Mr. Nikhil Rakeja has in fact confirmed that this operation has been done by Cobra, CRPF, District Reserve Guards of Chhattisgarh, as well as the Odisha's Special Operations Group, and he has called it one of the biggest encounters of the country, as the Central Committee member that I mentioned, Chalapathy, of the Maoist organization, has been killed. Chalapathy is someone who was known as Jairam, and very often among the Maoists you'll find that there is a real name, there is a pseudonym that will be used as well once they enter the ranks. And in this case, Jairam became Chalapathy when he was when he joined the Maoist ranks, and is known among the Maoist cadres and also the security forces as Chalapathy. So very rarely do you get an arrest of a Central Committee member. In this case, Chalapathy getting killed is quite a big plus for the security forces in the region. Back to you.
Right. Thank you so much, Uma, for getting us all those details of that Maoist carrying a bounty of 1 crore rupees who has been killed in the encounter. Do remember, all in all, 14 Maoists have been killed in that encounter that's taken place between the border of Chhattisgarh and Odisha. Moving on, in a letter to Union Minister for Education Dharmendra Pradhan, it's Tamil Nadu's Chief Minister M.K. Stalin that's expressed his strong opposition when it comes to the draft regulations issued by the University Grants Commission, the UGC, calling for their withdrawal and urging modification to the letter. And this is the need as far as, particularly in Tamil Nadu. The Tamil Nadu Assembly had earlier passed that resolution on the 9th of January opposing the UGC draft regulations, terming them an attempt to basically, this is something that Stalin has completely been opposing for a while, and he has been asking other members, in fact, of the India bloc also to in fact voice the same concerns. So this is what he has been saying so far. Let's just listen in to how the DMK is reacting.
The current UGC guidelines regarding appointment of the vice chancellors to the university has completely taken away the rights of the elected state governments. So the education which is in the concurrent list, the union government is practically taking things in the concurrent list into union list, which has to be opposed, which is again the spirit of cooperative federalism. And the justification given by the UGC or the supporters of this draft is totally unacceptable.
Right, and to get more on this, we have my colleague Sam Daniel joining us. Sam, of course, we heard M.K. Stalin calling UGC the draft impractical and burdensome. This is, of course, M.K. Stalin against the centre as far as UGC is concerned, with the Chief Minister really opposing those rules of the UGC.
That's right, Divya. After adopting a resolution against the draft regulations of the UGC, which aims to bring drastic changes with respect to appointment of vice chancellors and admission to undergraduate and postgraduate programs across the country, MK Stalin is now trying to cobble support from other chief ministers, including BJP ruled states, CMs from these states. And he's also written to Union Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan to withdraw this. He has flagged three concerns. One, while the state government is deploying all its resources, wealth in developing universities with a larger vision of higher education and social justice, the attempt to appoint vice chancellors centrally, excluding the ruling governments in these states, he says, is taking away the powers of the states and centralizing powers which could undermine federalism. Secondly, he also flags that this is a kind of an attack on the autonomy of these universities. Tamil Nadu has always argued that it stands on top among the well-performing states when it comes to higher education with respect to NIRF rankings. And the system has worked well, and this should not be changed. And if the central government has its way, Divya, then the governors would play a larger role. And when it comes to appointment of vice chancellors, the state government will not have any say at all. And that MK Stalin calls as undermining federalism. With respect to a plan to have entrance exams for undergraduate and postgraduate admissions, he says it's again going to overburden students, and he hopes...
Sam, we will come back to you. Let's just cut across to Gautam Adani, who is at the Maha Kumbh. This is Gautam Adani there making his way towards Maha Kumbh. Do remember that he will be there today. He will also be participating in the Seva. This is the Seva as far as, do remember, the Adani group has tied up with the ISKCON officials in order to provide meals. These are free meals to 1 lakh devotees per day. That started from the 13th of January, the Maha Kumbh going all the way till the 26th. So there you can see Gautam Adani there, just arriving in Prayagraj before he makes his way towards the Maha Kumbh. He is going to be participating in the Maha Kumbh today. So a lot expected on grounds of that, Maha Prasad that is being served to the devotees on a daily basis. This is, in collaboration with the ISKCON, as well as Gautam Adani there, the Adani group there, wanting to serve the people there at the Maha Kumbh. So Gautam Adani is expected to be participating in the kitchen. He is expected to be serving people as well as perhaps being involved in the cooking of that prasad as well, the Maha Prasad that is being served to the devotees. So Gautam Adani, who has reached Prayagraj, he will be participating in the Maha Kumbh. So Gautam Adani there at the Maha Kumbh. This is visuals on your screen of Gautam Adani, who has just arrived in Prayagraj, and he will be participating in this is going to be part of the Maha Prasad that Gautam Adani is going to also be participating in when he reaches the Maha Kumbh. And from there on, he is, in fact, we are expecting a lot of participation today at the Maha Kumbh of Gautam Adani. There you can see visuals on your screen reaching the Maha Kumbh. He has just left, he just landed in Prayagraj. So from here, of course, he will be making his way. He will be at the ISKCON Pandal. He will be participating in the Bhandara Seva. From what we are hearing is that he could also perhaps be participating in the cooking of that prasad that is served on a daily basis that the Adani group has tied up with ISKCON in order to serve the devotees who are coming out in large numbers. So 1 lakh devotees are getting that Maha Prasad that is part of the collaboration between the Adani group and the ISKCON group in order to serve the devotees that are participating in that holy dip at the Maha Kumbh. So the Adani group, in partnership with ISKCON there, of course, they have come together to do the Maha Prasad Seva that we offer to the during the entire duration of the Maha Kumbh. and 10,000 meals a day were initially being served. But now that the Adani group has come on, this basically means that 50 lakh devotees will be getting meals, and those are being prepared in 2 different kitchens and outside the Mela area as well. The Maha Prasad will be distributed at 40 places in the Maha Kumbh, and that is where Gautam Adani is going to be participating in that Maha Prasad. This is the Bhandara Seva that Gautam Adani is going to be participating in at the Maha Kumbh. So these are the Maha Prasad is being distributed at 40 different places in the Maha Kumbh. There are 2,500 volunteers as well that are participating in this initiative. So Gautam Adani there making his way towards the Maha Kumbh, and he will be participating in the Maha Kumbh today. So what all is basically on the agenda when it comes to, of course, he's expected to take a holy dip. This is, part of that spiritual experience. Everyone is there to take that holy dip. So Gautam Adani will be taking part in various spiritual and service-oriented participation there in his, visit to the Maha Kumbh. His itinerary, of course, includes offering prayers at the ISKCON camp, and then reclining statue as far as Lord Hanuman is concerned. Also, extensive arrangements are being made by ISKCON for this very special occasion. So Gautam Adani will be actively participating in the community kitchen or the Bhandara at the ISKCON camp. He will be serving meals to devotees as part of his spiritual engagement, and this is going to be in collaboration with ISKCON and Geeta Press that has been tirelessly working in order to facilitate the pilgrims. Now the group has deployed battery operated vehicles also to assist those that are unable to walk around in the area. So massive meal distribution. The Adani group is distributing that Maha Prasad to over 1 lakh devotees daily. The meals consisting of roti, dal, rice, vegetables and sweets are prepared in that massive, there are 2 kitchens that are preparing those meals. There are 40 different areas where these meals are being served. Ranveer joining us to get us more on this. Ranveer, take us through the details of how long is the distance from the airport to the area where the Maha Kumbh is taking place. What all is on the agenda? We do know that Gautam Adani is going to be participating. He's perhaps going to even be involved in the cooking process of that prasad that is being prepared every single day by the Adani group in collaboration with the ISKCON. Ranveer joining us on the phone line to get us details. Ranveer, take us through what all is going to be happening at the Maha Kumbh. Gautam Adani there expected to take that holy dip. So Gautam Adani there, who has reached, just left from the airport in Prayagraj, is making his way towards the Maha Kumbh. From what we're hearing is that he is going to be participating in the community kitchen. He's going to be serving meals to devotees. This is going to be part of his spiritual engagement. He's also perhaps going to be part of the cooking as far as the itinerary is, as far as Gautam Adani is concerned. He is going to, in fact, also be visiting the Hanuman temple. That is part of his visit to Prayagraj. So right from the airport there, he is heading towards, the ISKCON Pandal. That is where the Seva is going to be taking place. He is going to be participating in serving meals to devotees. He's going to be taking a holy dip as well. And from there, we can expect that, we are going to have Gautam Adani take that visit to the Hanuman temple. And from there, we are expecting, in fact, it is a very short visit, all of a few hours, a couple of hours before Gautam Adani heads back to the Prayagraj airport in order to make his way back to Ahmedabad. But we have Ranveer joining us. Ranveer, in this very short and sweet visit, there's a lot lined up, including serving, cooking, taking a holy dip, and basically, serving the devotees there. That is basically part of the agenda.
Obviously, Adani Chairman, Mr. Gautam Adani will be reaching here in Maha area, and you can see the excitement. These are the people who are taking food at the Maha Prasad Center at ISKCON. And this is ISKCON camp where you can see a huge number of devotees. And Adani sponsored ISKCON to prepare food for around 150,000 people per day. It means in the entire 45 days, Maha Mela, there will be food preparation by ISKCON for around 1 lakh.
Adani Group Chairman Gautam Adani there making his way towards the Maha Kumbh. He just arrived in Prayagraj's airport. He is in his car going towards the Maha Kumbh, where he will be participating in spiritual activities at the Maha Kumbh Mela. He is also scheduled to offer prayers at the Hanuman Temple. The ISKCON camp has made extensive preparations for his visit. He will be serving at the community kitchen, where free meals are being distributed to the pilgrims. And let's just cut across to Anurag Thakur there, who is holding a press conference.
ऐसी छात्रों को छात्रवृत्ति प्रदान की है, केवल 5। इन्होंने तो कहा था एससी समाज से हम उप मुख्यमंत्री बनाएंगे। बनाया क्या? 5 नहीं 11 साल बीत गए। लेकिन भारतीय जनता पार्टी की जहां-जहां सरकारें हैं, आप देखिए हमारी केंद्र की सरकार में जब से मोदी जी की सरकार आई, अनुसूचित जाति वर्ग के कल्याण के लिए हमने 250 गुना 250% यानी कि 2.5 गुना की वृद्धि की है। और एससी एसटी ओबीसी के उद्यमियों के लिए पीएम मुद्रा योजना हो, इसमें 40 करोड़ के ऋण के प्रदान किए। स्टैंड अप इंडिया हो, उसमें हमने एससी एसटी और महिलाओं के लिए उपलब्ध करवाया है। और एससी छात्रों के लिए नरेंद्र मोदी जी की सरकार ने 34 लाख से अधिक एससी छात्रों के लिए, शेड्यूल कास्ट कम्युनिटी के मेरे अनुसूचित जाति वर्ग के भाइयों बहनों के लिए 3,546 करोड़ रुपए की छात्रवृत्ति प्रदान की है। कहां आपदा सरकार के 5 लोगों को, 5 एससी छात्रों को दिया, और दूसरी ओर हमने 34.5 लाख एससी छात्रों को 3,546 करोड़ रुपए की स्कॉलरशिप प्रदान की है। यस, यू हैव हर्ड इट राइट। 34.5 lakh SC students have got 3,546 crore rupees of scholarship from the Narendra Modi government. And the Gujarat government provides to the SC students who are getting training in the ITI colleges 400 rupees per month as a stipend. और मैं आज जो कहने वाला हूं अपने दिल्ली के सभी वरिष्ठ नेताओं के साथ, अध्यक्ष जी के साथ, रामवीर जी के साथ और बाकी नेताओं के साथ, कि हम दिल्ली में तकनीकी और व्यावसायिक पाठ्यक्रमों के जो हमारे छात्र छात्राएं हैं उनके स्टाइपेंड योजना कर शुरू करें। किसके नाम पे? डॉक्टर भीमराव अंबेडकर स्टाइपेंड योजना होगी, जिसके अंतर्गत हम आईटीआई और स्किल सेंटर पॉलिटेक्निक आदि में पढ़ रहे हमारे अनुसूचित जाति के विद्यार्थियों को 1,000 रुपया प्रति माह स्टाइपेंड देंगे। जी हां, 1,000 रुपया प्रति माह स्टाइपेंड शेड्यूल कास्ट कम्युनिटी के अपने भाई और बहनों के लिए जो आईटीआई स्किल सेंटर पॉलिटेक्निक में पढ़ रहे हैं, उनको दिल्ली में हम देंगे हमारी सरकार बनने के बाद। जो आपदा सपनों में नहीं सो सकती, हम दिल्ली के युवाओं के उन सपनों को साकार करेंगे मोदी जी। अगला जो मैं आप सबके सामने रखने वाला, आपने देखा होगा ठंड हो, बारिश हो, तपती गर्मी हो। अगली स्लाइड पे अगर आप जाएंगे तो एनडीए सरकार में महाराष्ट्र में हमने ऑटो और टैक्सी ड्राइवर के लिए एक कल्याण बोर्ड की स्थापना की, जिसके तहत ड्राइवरों को पेंशन, उनके उपचार यानी कि चिकित्सा उपचार के लिए वित्तीय सहायता प्रदान की जाती है, उनके बच्चों को छात्रवृत्ति दी जाती है। लेकिन अगर आप दिल्ली में देखें तो आज से 11 साल पहले ऑटो के पीछे अपनी फोटो लगाने का काम तो इन आपदा वालों ने किया था, वो आज तक फोटो ही लगाते हैं। ऑटो वालों के लिए कुछ नहीं किया इन्होंने, कल्याण बोर्ड की स्थापना नहीं की आपदा वालों ने, और आपदा वालों ने ऑटो टैक्सी ड्राइवरों के लिए 2025 से अब तक कोई कल्याणकारी योजना नहीं लॉन्च की। और मेरी खुली चुनौती अरविंद केजरीवाल जी से, अगली बार मीडिया के सामने आए तो जवाब दें, क्यों उन्होंने एससी समाज के हमारे विद्यार्थियों के लिए क्यों केवल 5 बच्चों को स्कॉलरशिप दी, और क्यों ऑटो टैक्सी ड्राइवर वालों के लिए कल्याण बोर्ड स्थापित नहीं कर पा, क्यों कल्याणकारी योजना नहीं कर पाए। अगर अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को चेहरा दिखाने का इतना शौक है तो जवाब दे, मुंह खोलें, इन सवालों का जवाब दें। कल्याणकारी योजना क्यों नहीं शुरू की ऑटो टैक्सी वालों की? आज हम मोदी जी की गारंटी यहां देकर जा रहे हैं आप सबके सामने। ऑटो और टैक्सी ड्राइवरों के लिए हम ऑटो टैक्सी ड्राइवर वेलफेयर बोर्ड बनाएंगे, कल्याणकारी बोर्ड बनाएंगे और इसका गठन करने के बाद हम 10 लाख रुपए तक का जीवन बीमा और 5 लाख रुपए तक का दुर्घटना बीमा हम अपने टैक्सी ड्राइवर और ऑटो वाले भाइयों को देंगे, उनके बच्चों को प्रदान होगा। कहीं ईश्वर ना करे कोई ऐसी घटना घट जाए कि किसी की जान चली जाए, तो उनके परिवार वालों को 10 लाख रुपए तक का जीवन बीमा मिल जाएगा, 5 लाख रुपए तक का दुर्घटना बीमा मिलेगा। और आपने देखा है प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने सुरक्षा बीमा योजना और जीवन ज्योति बीमा योजना, पीएम सुरक्षा बीमा योजना, पीएम जीवन ज्योति बीमा योजना, ये देश भर के करोड़ों लोगों को दी है। अब दिल्ली वालों को भी इसका लाभ मिलेगा। उच्च शिक्षा प्राप्त करने वाले टैक्सी ड्राइवर और ऑटो वालों के ऐसे बच्चों को स्कॉलरशिप भी दिल्ली की भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार देगी। और रियायती, क्योंकि आपको देखिए ऑटो का हो टैक्सी का हो, आपको इसकी इंश्योरेंस करवानी पड़ती है, और इंश्योरेंस का जो बीमा है या प्रीमियम है वो हम उस पे भी रियायत देंगे, यानी कि आपकी जेब पर उसका भी बोझ नहीं पड़ेगा। अगला अगर आप देखिए, जो मैं आपको अगली स्लाइड पे लेके जाने वाला, पंडित दीनदयाल उपाध्याय जी का ये पार्टी है हमारी भारतीय जनता पार्टी, उनकी सोच से आगे बढ़ती है। अंत्योदय हमारी सोच में है और अंत्योदय के सिद्धांत पे चलते हुए गरीबी रेखा से बाहर निकालने का कार्य हम लगातार करते आए। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में जहां एक और भारत दुनिया के 10वें नंबर से आज दुनिया की 5वीं बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बन गया, अगले 3 सालों में हम दुनिया की 3री बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बन जाएंगे। वहीं पर 25 करोड़ गरीबों को गरीबी रेखा से बाहर निकालने का काम भी हमने किया है। 4 करोड़ पक्के मकान भी बनाकर दे दिए, 3 करोड़ पक्के मकान नए और देने के लिए लाखों करोड़ रुपए और खर्च कर दिया। इनके कुल मिलाकर 7 करोड़ लोगों को देश में पक्के मकान बनाने का काम मोदी सरकार ने। 12 करोड़ बहनों को रसोई गैस का सिलेंडर दे दिया, 13 करोड़ शौचालय बना दिए, 60 करोड़ लोगों को आयुष्मान भारत योजना मुफ्त में दे दी, 80 करोड़ लोगों को मुफ्त में अनाज देते हैं, हर घर को नल से जल देने का हमने काम भी कर दिया। अब जब मैं अंत्योदय की बात यहां पर कर रहा हूं तो मैं उन बहनों और भाइयों की बात कर रहा हूं जो कमजोर वर्गों से आते हैं और डोमेस्टिक वर्कर्स को, क्योंकि अनऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर में आता है, असंगठित क्षेत्र में आता है, इनको मान्यता देने का काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकारों ने किया है। और दिल्ली की भाजपा सरकार ऐसी होगी जो डोमेस्टिक वर्कर्स को मान्यता देगी, उनके लिए कल्याणकारी योजनाएं हम चलाएंगे।
Right, we just heard Anurag Thakur there coming out with the promises in the run-up to the Delhi elections and wooing literally this is in regard to, free education that is going to be provided from KG to PG to the needy as well as the scheduled caste, and the auto drivers who will get now 10 lakh rupees insurance from the BJP if they come into power in the national capital, promising even scholarship for the kids of the auto drivers. So those are the promises that are being made as far as free education for the needy, aid for the scheduled caste students in government schools, as well as 1,000 rupees stipend for the scheduled caste students. So this is what Anurag Thakur has gone on to promise. That is the BJP coming out with new promises just ahead of the Delhi elections in order to woo the auto drivers, the families, as well as the scheduled caste and the needy, promising their education that will be free by the BJP.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
Hello and welcome to the best of the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland.
For 2 decades, NDTV has been a window to the world's greatest thinkers, leaders, Nobel laureates and stars at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland.
From Bill Gates to Shakira to Randy Zuckerberg to top ministers to what is often the biggest story, India, a global economic powerhouse. Conversations around our greatest challenges, from AI to wars to sustainability. Join us, NDTV's Vishnu Shom and me, Neeraj Shah, as we engage with the world's finest. NDTV at Davos from January 20th to January 25th.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Kind attention, please. Delhi Election Metro 2025 is arriving on People's Platform.
Please mind the gap.
BJP or AAP, who will get to the Delhi Secretariat station?
दरवाजे बाईं तरफ खुलेंगे.
Who will Delhi voters open the victory doors for? And who will be shown the door? Can the BJP throw AAP's victory run off track? Or will it be Kejriwal's ticket to win again? Can Congress take the election metro to revival? We will track it all for you. Delhi's decision destination.
Doors will open on the left.
Stay tuned to NDTV for mega metro poll coverage.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Maha Kumbh, a festival of faith. The world's biggest spiritual festival. The divine dip at the spiritual Sangam. A sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Maha Kumbh 2025.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Welcome back. Let's just get to the very latest, and it is the UGC row that's exploded. This is with MK Stalin there writing a letter to other chief ministers, and of course it is Kerala's chief minister also that has moved the resolution in the assembly. So the Kerala chief minister there presenting the resolution when it comes to the UGC against the draft and the rules of the UGC. So that is Kerala's chief minister Pinarayi Vijayan also there. Well, this is something that has taken place with Pinarayi Vijayan also, opposing the University Grounds Commission as far as the draft regulations are concerned, calling them a violation of states' constitutional rights. Speaking to the media, he has gone on to say that the Kerala government has written to Dharmendra Pradhan, urging him to review the proposed regulations. The chief minister has also reached out to non-BJP chief ministers to collectively oppose the draft. So this is Kerala's chief minister Pinarayi Vijayan opposing the UGC draft regulations. He's claimed the regulations violate states' constitutional rights and autonomy. He has criticized the central control over vice chancellors' appointments when it comes to universities. We have my colleague Ishika joining us on the phone line to get us more on this. So Ishika, this is a move that has been made by the Kerala chief minister even before a move like this that was made by MK Stalin.
Well, yes, certainly now the Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan in fact has moved a resolution, and that resolution is certainly that central government should withdraw the current UGC draft standards immediately. And in fact, in this particular resolution, he has said, that the House is of clear opinion that the draft UGC norms of 2025, which do not reflect the spirit of constitution and completely excludes the opinion of the state government, including in the appointment of the vice chancellor, and are incompatible with the federal system and democracy. Now here, in fact, in this resolution, he has also said that, the central government and the UGC, which without any discussion completely excluded the state government from important appointments, should in fact rethink this, and certainly now has passed this resolution that central government should immediately withdraw the draft UGC norms of 2025. Over to you.
Right, thank you so much, Ishika, for joining us with all those details. Let's just also switch tracks now. And to get to the very latest in the Saif Ali Khan attacking case, the Mumbai police today recreated the crime scene with the accused at Saif Ali Khan's residence early this morning. A team of 20 officials reached the Satguru Sharan building in 4 police vans, and this took place as early as 5:30 in the morning. They were there for about an hour. On the other side, we also know that Saif Ali Khan is expected to be discharged today. In fact, his wife Kareena Kapoor Khan has reached the Leelavati hospital. So it's any minute now that the actor perhaps could get discharged. And we have Abira joining us to get us more on this. Abira, how long before the actor can get discharged? And the bigger question being, where is he going to be heading to, considering that the case is still under investigation? So perhaps it might just take another few more days before the actor can actually reach his own residence.
Absolutely, we still don't have an update on where he's going, but as you know, he doesn't have one house here. He has a house right next to Satguru in Fortune Heights, where they used to live before they shifted to Satguru. So he might be shifted to Fortune Heights. So we do not have confirmation on that yet, but we know that he is getting discharged today. His last routine checkup is going on, and in the afternoon, anytime between 2 to 6, he will be discharged. Like you said, Kareena Kapoor is already here. In the morning, his mother, Sharmila Tagore, was seen inside the hospital. She's still there. So we are just waiting for him to step out of the hospital. The doctor today said that it is confirmed that he is going to be discharged today. So we are just waiting for him to step out of the hospital and go home. The doctor said he is doing absolutely fine and he's in the road of recovery.
Right, Abira, of course. How soon can we expect the actor to be discharged from the hospital? I mean, yesterday as well, the authorities had said that today is the day when the actor would get discharged, but he was kept in the hospital for yet another day. What was the reason for that delay? as far as having that discharge process that perhaps is going on at the moment before the actor can finally get to perhaps not go home, but go to another residence perhaps?
The doctors were very clear that we cannot ever give you a date of release because he's still recovering. So depend on the recovery, how well he is recovering, we will discharge him. So yesterday, the doctors were clear that he was not getting discharged. Today morning, when I spoke to the neurologist, Dr. Dange, he told me that he's getting discharged today, confirmed, and he's doing absolutely fine. It's just the last routine checkup is going on right now, and after that, the discharge time for all patients is between 2 to 6. So any time between 2 to 6, we will see Saif Ali Khan stepping out of the hospital and heading either to Satguru or most probably to Fortune Heights.
Right, Abira. Well, we also have Anuj joining us. Anuj, today, very early this morning, as early as 5:30 is when the Mumbai police took the attack in the wee hours to recreate the scene at the residence of the actor. They were there for about an hour, but it's not just the residence of the actor. The accused was also taken to the Bandra train station.
Well, yes, after recreating the scene in the early hours of today morning, we saw that the police also made sure that he tells them what is the path that he followed to reach Bandra station after staying in a close-by garden for some time on the 16th of January. And that gave the police a clear-cut idea on what exactly happened or unfolded on that particular day. Besides that, just a couple of hours ago, in fact, just 1 hour ago, we saw another team of police officials, senior police officials from Bandra station came here again to have a look at this particular venue and, very closely monitor all those places that they had seen in the morning, while recreating the scene. So we can clearly see that the Mumbai police here is trying to have a very, trying to look at the finer details of this particular case. And we've also reported, reportedly know that they found close to 19 to 20 fingerprints on multiple items of the accused in Saif Ali Khan's house, which is on the 11th floor of this particular apartment. More importantly, when he'll be let go off by the hospital, it'll be interesting to see whether he's brought here to his apartment, that is Satguru Sharan, or just 50 meters away from here, there is another apartment where Saif Ali Khan owns a house, and that's called Fortune Heights. So it'll either be one of these two buildings where Saif will come, if in case he decides to come to Bandra.
Right, thank you so much, Anuj, for getting us all those details. All eyes on the actor who is going to be discharged from the Leelavati hospital today. With that, we're slipping a short break. Back with a whole lot more.
Hello and welcome to the best of the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland.
For 2 decades, NDTV has been a window to the world's greatest thinkers, leaders, Nobel laureates and stars at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland.
From Bill Gates to Shakira to Randy Zuckerberg to top ministers to what is often the biggest story, India, a global economic powerhouse. Conversations around our greatest challenges, from AI to wars to sustainability. Join us, NDTV's Vishnu Shom and me, Neeraj Shah, as we engage with the world's finest. NDTV at Davos from January 20th to January 25th.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Kind attention, please. Delhi Election Metro 2025 is arriving on people's platform.
Please mind the gap.
BJP or AAP, who will get to the Delhi Secretariat station?
दरवाजे बाईं तरफ खुलेंगे.
Who will Delhi voters open the victory doors for? And who will be shown the door? Can the BJP throw AAP's victory run off track? Or will it be Kejriwal's ticket to win again? Can Congress take the election metro to revival? We will track it all for you. Delhi's decision destination.
Doors will open on the left.
Stay tuned to NDTV for mega metro poll coverage.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Maha Kumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Maha Kumbh 2025.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Aditi Bhardwaj and let's take a look at the top stories that we are tracking here at this hour. Day after Tamil Nadu Chief Minister MK Stalin wrote to India bloc Chief Ministers to oppose the United Grants Commission draft rules, Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan presents a resolution in Assembly to oppose UGC draft rules. Income tax officials are conducting searches at the residence of renowned Tollywood producer Dil Raju. Pushpa 2 film producer is also being raided. BJP launches second part of its Sankalp Patra for Delhi Assembly polls. BJP MP Anurag Thakur says we will provide free education from KG to PG to the needy students in government education institutes in Delhi. Bodies of more than 14 Maoists have been recovered in Chhattisgarh. Jairam alias Chalapati, Central Committee member of Naxalite carrying a bounty of ₹1 crore was also killed. Large quantities of weapons have also been recovered. West Bengal government moves Calcutta High Court's division bench against the trial court's sentence in RG Kaur rape and murder case. Government seeks death penalty for the accused. And viewers, the top focus here at NDTV at this hour is the UGC row, which is exploding day by day. Well, day after Tamil Nadu Chief Minister MK Stalin wrote to India bloc Chief Ministers asking them to oppose the United Grants Commission draft rules, Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan has presented a resolution in Assembly to oppose the UGC draft rules. The resolution seeks withdrawal of UGC draft rules. Remember, just yesterday, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister MK Stalin wrote to Union Minister for Education Dharmendra Pradhan. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister MK Stalin expressed strong opposition to the draft regulations issued by the University Grants Commission, calling for them and for their withdrawal and urging modifications to better suit the needs of states, particularly Tamil Nadu. The Tamil Nadu Legislative Assembly on January 9 also passed a resolution unanimously opposing these draft regulations and urging the union government to withdraw them, including the regulations relating to appointment of vice-chancellors immediately. Stalin's letter detailed multiple concerns, including entrance examinations for undergraduate and postgraduate courses, the multiple entry and multiple exit system, cross-disciplinary teaching appointments, and the appointment of non-academics as vice-chancellors. The last point of the letter has more focus of the Tamil Nadu government. There are protests also happening against the UGC draft rules as the state is demanding centre to withdraw it. My colleague Sam Daniel is with me. Sam, take us through the highlights of Stalin's letter to the opposition-ruled state chief ministers and also the union minister.
Well, he's expressing concerns, Aditi, over two components of the UGC's draft regulations, which aims to make drastic changes with respect to one, appointment of vice-chancellors to state universities. Secondly, to have entrance examinations for both undergraduate and postgraduate admissions. MK Stalin says, while the state government uses its resources, wealth and vision to build and develop universities for quality higher education and social justice, the states being excluded in the exercise of appointment of vice-chancellors, he says, could have far-reaching consequences in terms of removing the autonomy of state universities, number one. Number two, he also says this would vest the centre with so much of powers, undermining the federal structure across India. He says having entrance exams for undergraduate and PG admissions will overburden students, and the exercise of appointing vice-chancellors through UGC nominee, governor's nominee, and with the state having no say at all in that, the state government is worried that it will become irrelevant in that sense while it deploys all its resources to set up these universities. And to cobble more support, he has also written to all the non-BJP ruled states, the opposition ruled states in that sense, asking them to adopt similar resolutions on the floor of their assemblies and to mount pressure on the central government to withdraw this particular move. And as we speak, as you said, Kerala government has presented this kind of a resolution on the floor of the House. And already in Tamil Nadu, there is a tug of war with respect to appointment of vice-chancellors, with the governor insisting inclusion of the UGC nominee in the search committees, which the state government says it's not required because these universities go by their own statutes. And now the Supreme Court is hearing this issue. And the BJP denies these allegations. The larger political point the opposition ruled states are worried is that through governors, the BJP or the central government is trying to control appointment of vice-chancellors and through that to control universities across the country. But the BJP has denied these allegations, saying that it's aimed at improving the quality of education. Lastly, the Tamil Nadu government argues that with respect to NIRF rankings, Tamil Nadu is among the high-performing states with top universities and colleges are from the state in the top 10 or top 25. Right. And they say this should not be disturbed, and in fact the UGC should learn lessons from Tamil Nadu model than attempting to change and causing or leading a collapse of the whole system. They're worried.
Right, Sam, stay with me. We are also being joined by DMK spokesperson Salem Dharanidharan, BJP Vice President of Tamil Nadu, Narayan Tirupati, and Asad Abbas, who's a political analyst. Thank you all for joining us. Mr. Dharanidharan, I'll just come to you straightforward. Why is DMK, the Tamil Nadu government, opposing the UGC draft rules?
Hi, very good afternoon. I think anyone who understands democracy and how a country should be run will definitely oppose such a draconian move. This is an outrageous move, simply because the state governments in Tamil Nadu are funded by taxpayers' money of Tamil Nadu. Right? Though they are autonomous, the funding is from the state government, and Tamil Nadu has done reasonably well. If you look, there are in the top 100 rankings, Tamil Nadu has the highest number of state universities in the top 100 engineering, medical rankings, which is done by the union government. And again, who elects the chief minister of Tamil Nadu? The people of Tamil Nadu. People of Tamil Nadu elect the legislators, and the legislators in turn select a chief minister, and chief ministers select the council of ministers. So when we decide on how the state university should be run, it is not my party, the DMK, or the Tamil Nadu government. It is indirectly the voice of the people of Tamil Nadu. Now you are tweaking the rules by which you are giving more power to governor. So governor, who's he? He's an appointee. So that means there's a disconnect from the people to who's running these universities on the tax-paying money of people of Tamil Nadu, right? So basically, if you look, the modern parliament came in Britain for the first time because there was an issue with taxation. So basically, the essence of democracy, modern democracy itself is taxation. So the tax money of people of Tamil Nadu is going to the university, which means the government which the people elected should have a say in running of this university. Otherwise, it's completely travesty to democracy and then federalism. And then I will go further and say we have always said that entrance exam are antithesis to the concept of merit. Even universities such as Harvard are right now saying we don't want SAT, we want to take through school marks simply because the research have clearly proved that entrance exam favor the rich and the elites. There is data. There is a book by Mr. Sanders, a Harvard University professor, who says clearly with evidence from 100 years across the world that scores in entrance exam are directly proportional to parental income and parental education.
Point taken.
Admission to Adani University is already done by how? The school marks. So why add one more exam?
Okay, Mr. Dharinder, hold your thoughts. I'll go across to other panelists also. Mr. Asad Abbas, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister has also written to the India bloc CMs urging them to also unite their voice against this UGC draft, which DMK says it's a draconian law. Do you agree with these sentiments?
Absolutely. When it comes to the India bloc, they stand with this, and there is a reason why. Let us understand that these guidelines are a clear infringement on the rights of state governments, and that will certainly have far-reaching consequences on the autonomy of the universities. Let us understand, with great power, there is great responsibility and equal accountability. Also, we need to understand that if you look at all the state structure, India is a beautiful democracy, but the democracy is the union of states, which in turn a strong federalism structure. Therefore, when it comes to the appointment of the vice chancellors of university, if we are going to centralize the power with the union government, what about the state say of the state government? Every India, if you look at every 100 kilometers, there is a change of language. There's a change of caste, culture, tradition, so on and so forth. So let us understand that this beautiful union of states needs to have an equal presence, strength, and opinion-making and decision-making of the respective state governments. For the same reason why, I believe that the DMK Chief Minister, Mr. Stalin, has taken the right step in the right direction, reaching out to Mamata Banerjee, Arvind Kejriwal, Omar Abdullah. He's also reached out to Revant Reddy, Bhagwant Mann, all the respective chief ministers of the India bloc for the same reason. Let us understand it is very crucial that India bloc stands against these forces of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Because to celebrate the federal structure, it is very important to be there. Also, the last point, ma'am, let us understand that there are some brilliant universities, not just in Tamil Nadu, but also in my state of Karnataka. Even if you look at Kerala, you know, many of the Indian states there. So therefore, for these states to come together, to have the right amount of accountability, it is indeed very important. And I believe it is sacrosanct for the betterment of our democracy that we have a structure which alleviates the same. And let us understand, the appointment of the vice chancellors to the respective universities is going to be very, very important. If we are going to leave it in the hands of the union government, this will be absolutely catastrophic. State government must have equal participation in the same, without which this will lead to a downfall of the Indian education system. So therefore, for the states to understand the best of education, state along with the center need to work together to appoint the right vice chancellors for the respective universities.
Okay. Mr. Tirupati, how do you respond to the allegations leveled by the opposition parties? We are seeing Pinarayi Vijayan voicing against this UGC draft. We have Stalin. We have also Mamata Banerjee time and again raising her voice against UGC rules. Why do you think these rules should be implemented?
First of all, I would like to say that these drafts are there for at least another 20-25 days for the the stakeholders and also for the public. Number two is that these oppositions, these kind of things, statements are only politics, nothing more than that. The UGC, which operates throughout the country, wants to give a beautiful and inclusive education throughout the country. And these people doesn't want that because education is a profession in Tamil Nadu. Education is a corrupt system in Tamil Nadu. And Mr. Stalin says one should learn from Tamil Nadu. See, in the last 20-25 years, mostly, at least 80% of the vice chancellors in Tamil Nadu universities are in jail, or either in jail or in bail. That kind of corruption has happened in Tamil Nadu because of political appointments. So, in the last 10 years, there has been a very neat selection of vice chancellors, which has not led to any problems, mainly corruption in education. So, I'm talking about Tamil Nadu, but throughout this Kerala, or as you mentioned, like, West Bengal, the Supreme Court has given so many, judgments and also observations as to how this should be run and how the state governments has politicized it. That is what has happened. So there is no point in seeing that this is a state subject and all those things. See, powers are there for the state. They are only running the universities. But when it comes to selection, you need to be more careful. You need to be more competitive. More people are there. And definitely, good people will be there. So what is your problem? Why do you want? See, when Salem Dhanidharan says that the governor is an appointee, then the VC is also an appointee by the ruling party. That is what they have done. I can tell you how many people are in jail.
Okay.
And jail. I can list out.
Okay. Okay, I'm sorry, I can't take any more arguments on this. Mr. Dharanidharan, thank you so much for joining us. Mr. Tirupati, thank you so much for speaking on it. And Mr. Asad Abbas, thank you for giving us that viewpoint. So the row over UGC continues to escalate, with many opposition ruling states now coming out and voicing their sentiments against the UGC rules. The Income Tax Department has conducted raids on film producer Dil Raju's properties, including his office and homes in Hyderabad. According to sources, the raids were carried out at 8 different locations, including the residences of his relatives. In January, remember, Dil Raju produced 2 films. While the pan-Indian film Game Changer underperformed at the box office, his other release was a big hit. He was recently appointed as the chairman for Telangana Film Development Corporation by the state government. Searches are also being conducted on producer Naveen, who is the owner of Maitri Films. Maitri Films produced the Allu Arjun starrer Pushpa 2. There are already 65 teams and they are conducting raids at multiple premises in Hyderabad. My colleague Uma Sudhir, who has been tracking these details since morning, is joining me for more on this. Uma, what progress has been made by the IT teams so far?
So the IT teams are still on the job. They have, of course, reached at least 8 different locations related to Mr. Dil Raju, and also several locations that are belonging to Mr. Naveen, who is the producer and owner of Maitri Films that had, in fact, released Pushpa 2. 2 things that I must point out here. One, that Dil Raju is someone who has been an film producer, a distributor, as well as someone who deals with real estate, and recently in the news for having taken over as chairperson of the Telangana Film Development Corporation, and also played a role in trying to mediate between the government and the film industry when it appeared that there was some kind of differences that were cropping up between the two after the incident of the stampede. So what we do know is that multiple teams, that number has been put at 55 by some others have said 65 teams of IT have gone to not just his residence but also his office, and also to the homes of his daughter and relatives as well, and also to the home of the CEO of the company. There are 2 films that Dil Raju, like you mentioned, had produced. One is Game Changer that stars Ram Charan and Kiara Advani, and that had some mixed response, did not do too well. But the other film, Sankranti Ki Vastunamu, was a film that starred Venkatesh and Aishwarya Rajesh, and this is a film that has done very well compared to the other one. And though it was a low budget film, its own returns have been very good, the reports have been very good, and of course Pushpa 2, despite the controversy, has done exceedingly well, and in just over 6 weeks it was able to get 1830 crore rupees as revenues. So whether the IT department had any information that there is an the advanced taxes that have to be paid on this, or the declarations that are made are not to the extent that they believe the markets are reacting, that is something that we will know only at the end of these searches when they compile all the data. Back to you.
Right. Thank you so much, Uma, for joining us. Right now, AAP convener Arvind Kejriwal is holding a presser after BJP released a manifesto in two parts this time. It is a historic first by the BJP. Let's listen to what Arvind Kejriwal has to say.
और जांच करा लो, और जांच करा लो, बस जांच कराएंगे तो दिल्ली की जनता तय कर लेगी केजरीवाल की जांच पे वोट देना है कि उनकी सुविधाओं पे वोट देना है। वो उस पे जवाब दे दिया, इन्होंने बहुत अच्छा जवाब दिया। कल मेरे से मैंने ये कह दिया कि जो सोने का हिरन था वो रावण सोने का हिरन बन के आया था और सीता मैया उस सोने के हिरन के ऊपर वो हो गया। तो उन्होंने ये कह रहे हैं कि रावण नहीं बन के आया था, मरीची राक्षस बन के आया था। तो मेरी वो पूरी भारतीय जनता पार्टी आज धरने पे बैठी है मेरे घर के सामने कि मैंने रावण का अपमान क्यों किया, मैंने रावण का अपमान कैसे कर दिया। पूरी भारतीय जनता पार्टी, इनको रावण से इतना प्यार है, राक्षसी प्रवृत्ति है इन लोगों की। मैं दिल्ली के झुग्गी वालों को और गरीब तबके को खासकर चेताना चाहता हूं कि अगर ये आ गए तो ये राक्षसों की तरह निगल जाएंगे आप लोगों को। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया।
So that was former Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal retaliating to the attack leveled by the BJP. Since morning we are seeing the showdown over Arvind Kejriwal's comment when he was addressing a rally in the national capital yesterday, where he said that Ravan took form of deer and lured Ram to the forest. However, the BJP reacted and fact-checked AAP convener, saying that it was Marich who was in fact in the form of deer in Ramayana, and he lured Ram to the forest. However, now Arvind Kejriwal has reacted, saying that BJP is taking offense that he is offending, that he has offended Ravan in some way, when in fact it is the BJP which is saying that the the Ramayana, the epic, is what Arvind Kejriwal has misquoted, misinterpreted, and that's why the BJP is asking that why is the Chunavi Hindu attack that sometimes BJP often calls Arvind Kejriwal is not coming out straight in the open. Shifting our focus to Chhattisgarh, so far the bodies of more than 14 Maoists have been recovered. Chalapati, the Central Committee member of Maoists carrying a bounty of ₹1 crore, was also killed in these large-scale drives that were conducted in Chhattisgarh. Large quantities of weapons, including automatic weapons like SLR rifle, have also been recovered in this encounter. My colleagues Anurag and Uma Sudhir will be joining me on this. Anurag, if I can come to you first. Chhattisgarh Chief Minister has also reacted to this, hailing the security forces for this big achievement. Take us through more details.
Yes, this could be one of the biggest operations against Naxals in recent times, because the security forces received an input about the presence of more than 60 Naxals in this area, Kulhadi, Ghati area near Bhalu Diggi forest. And after that, a joint team of Odisha Police, Chhattisgarh Police and CRPF, more than 1,000 security personnel, including 3 teams from the Odisha Police, 2 from Chhattisgarh Police and 5 from CRPF. They surrounded the jungles, the area of Bhalu Ki Diggi forest area there, and then when Naxals started firing, the security forces retaliated. It started on Sunday night, and till now more than 15 bodies of the Naxals have been recovered, and still now they have surrounded. Earlier it was 15 to 20 kilometers of radius, and now they have surrounded the Naxals from all sides, and it's only 3 kilometers. They are keeping a watch through drones also. And Gariaband SP Nikhil Rakhecha, Odisha's Naupara, because this area is just 5 kilometers away from Naupara district in Odisha. Raghvendra Gundela, Odisha DIG Naxal Operations Akhileshwar Singh, and Cobra Commandant DS Kathed. All the senior officials are supervising the operation. And as I said, the security forces have made a temporary base in Bhatigad Stadium. All this, additional forces have also been rushed to the spot, and it could be one of the biggest operations, because just few days back on 16th of January, the security forces there in Chhattisgarh killed 18 Naxals, including Damodar. So now they have received the input that few more Central Committee members carrying a bounty of 1 crore, as well as special zonal committee members could also be, they have gunned down the CM members also. But it has to be seen, because the security forces there are telling us that they will elaborate about the entire, this encounter in the evening.
Right, and my colleague Uma Sudhir is also joining me. Uma, how significant is the killing of Chalapati, who is the Central Committee member who was carrying a bounty of rupees 1 crore?
Chalapati was a Central Committee member, and the significance of the encounter that's happened on the Odisha-Chhattisgarh border has been highlighted by the Union Home Minister Amit Shah, who has tweeted on X to say, Naxalism is breathing its last today. What he has said is that it's another mighty blow to Naxalism. Our security forces achieved major success towards building a Naxal-free Bharat. The CRPF, SOG, Odisha and Chhattisgarh police have neutralized 14 Naxalites in a joint operation along the Odisha-Chhattisgarh border. With our resolve for a Naxal-free India and the joint efforts of our security forces, Naxalism is breathing its last today. So that is a very, very significant statement being made by the Union Home Minister about the encounter that has taken place. What we do know is that Chalapati is someone who's called Jairam, and he in fact is from Andhra Pradesh, and he hails from Andhra Pradesh, Chittoor district of Andhra Pradesh, where also we have in the past seen Maoist movements, and even now stray incidents are reported, and that's the area where you would recall that the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, present-day Andhra Pradesh, who was Chief Minister at that time, also was in fact subjected to a attempted assassination attempt had happened in the Chittoor district just as he was about to go to Tirupati. Alipiri attack it was called. So that is where Chalapati hails from. He was also in fact part of the peace talks that happened between the government and the Maoist group at that time, but of course that failed subsequently, but he was part of that group as well. And subsequently, what we do know about this encounter is that there are multiple states that are involved. There's a massive coordination effort that has happened between these states. There is the SOG from Odisha, the Chhattisgarh forces, as well as the CRPF, which is a paramilitary force with presence all over. We are told there are as many as 1,000 security personnel on the ground. Anurag was just explaining to us the geography and how much of a area this entire operation is covering. It had started on the 19th itself, and on the 20th, initially we were told about the neutralizing of 2 women Maoists. And now, of course, that number has increased to 14, and as Anurag reported, possibly even 15 is the number that we are talking about. Whether there is more than one Central Committee member in that group which has been now killed, that is something that we have to wait and see after the identification happens. Very often, these Maoists have a different name, and their faces are also not very well known, because they do not get themselves photographed and are not available freely on social media, and therefore identification does take time. They want to confirm with multiple sources who is who, and the names also very often tend to repeat, and therefore there is that confusion, and that's the reason why I think the security forces are taking some time to identify, and also to go into the areas where the operation has happened also is a little dangerous usually for the security forces, and therefore they wait and watch and very slowly comb the area before they get to the bodies themselves. Back to you.
Right. Thank you so much, Uma, for giving us those details. I also thank my colleague Anurag for joining us on this broadcast. Shifting our focus to West Bengal. West Bengal government has moved the Calcutta High Court's division bench against the trial court's sentence in RG Kaur rape and murder case. The trial court pronounced a sentence of life imprisonment to the accused. Matter has been allowed to be filed. Yesterday, while sentencing him to life imprisonment, the trial court said that this is not rarest of the rare case, and hence he was granted life sentence. But the West Bengal government now seeks capital punishment for the accused. Let's listen to my colleague Saurabh Gupta joining us with those details.
A day after the trial court in the RG Kaur rape and murder case awarded the life sentence and not the death penalty to the convict in the case, the West Bengal government has now moved the Calcutta High Court, and it has moved a division bench of the High Court And the trial court, of course, had, like I said, pronounced a sentence of life imprisonment, and the West Bengal government will, of course, seek the death penalty to enhance the punishment to a death penalty. And, of course, this stems from the fact that the government believes that this is a case that falls in the rarest of rare category. In fact, if I can quote the Chief Minister, who also reacted to the sentencing and the quantum of punishment, and said that in the Arjikor junior doctor's rape and murder case, I'm really shocked to see that the judgment of the court today finds that it is not a rarest of rare case. I'm convinced that it is indeed a rarest of rare case which demands capital punishment. How could the judgment come to the conclusion that it is not a rarest of rare case? We want and insist upon the death penalty in this most sinister and sensitive case. Recently, in the last 3-4 months, we have been able to ensure capital maximum punishment for convicts in such crimes. Then why in this case has capital punishment not been awarded? I strongly feel this is a heinous crime and it warrants capital punishment. We will plead for capital punishment of the convict in the High Court. So having said that, Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, of course, has also said that, and now, of course, the West Bengal government has also moved the Calcutta High Court seeking an enhancement of punishment and seeking the death penalty for the convict Sanjay Roy in the Arjikor rape and murder case. With camera person Aniruddha Tripathi in Kolkata, Saurabh Gupta, NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Hello and welcome to the best of the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland.
For 2 decades, NDTV has been a window to the world's greatest thinkers, leaders, Nobel laureates and stars at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland.
From Bill Gates to Shakira to Randy Zuckerberg to top ministers to what is often the biggest story, India, a global economic powerhouse. Conversations around our greatest challenges, from AI to wars to sustainability. Join us, NDTV's Vishnu Shom and me, Neeraj Shah, as we engage with the world's finest. NDTV at Davos from January 20th to January 25th.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Kind attention, please. Delhi Election Metro 2025 is arriving on People's Platform.
Please mind the gap.
BJP or AAP, who will get to the Delhi Secretariat station?
दरवाजे बाईं तरफ खुलेंगे.
Who will Delhi voters open the victory doors for? And who will be shown the door? Can the BJP throw AAP's victory run off track? Or will it be Kejriwal's ticket to win again? Can Congress take the election metro to revival? We will track it all for you. Delhi's decision destination.
Doors will open on the left.
Stay tuned to NDTV for mega metro poll coverage.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Maha Kumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Maha Kumbh 2025.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
Hello and welcome to the best of the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland.
For 2 decades, NDTV has been a window to the world's greatest thinkers, leaders, Nobel laureates and stars at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland.
From Bill Gates to Shakira to Randy Zuckerberg to top ministers to what is often the biggest story, India, a global
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
And now, viewers, in a historic first, BJP this time has unveiled its poll manifesto in 2 parts. BJP MP Anurag Thakur released part 2 of BJP's Delhi manifesto, which the party calls the Sankalp Patra. Thakur announced several ambitious schemes, including free education for needy students from kindergarten to postgraduate level in government institutions. The manifesto also promises a financial boost for students preparing for competitive exams like the UPSC, Civil Service and State PCS, offering rupees 15,000 for up to 2 attempts. Listen in to what Anurag Thakur had to say.
अब हमारी कल्पना ये है कि दिल्ली में सरकारी शिक्षण संस्थानों में जो जरूरतमंद छात्र हैं उनको पीजी से लेकर केजी से लेकर पीजी तक की मुफ्त शिक्षा देंगे। केजी से पीजी तक मुफ्त शिक्षा मिलेगी दिल्ली के जरूरतमंद छात्रों को सरकारी शैक्षिक संस्थानों में। जी हां, आपने ठीक सुना, केजी से पीजी तक मुफ्त शिक्षा प्रदान करेंगे जरूरतमंद छात्रों को सरकारी शैक्षिक संस्थानों में। ऑटो और टैक्सी ड्राइवरों के लिए हम ऑटो टैक्सी ड्राइवर वेलफेयर बोर्ड बनाएंगे, कल्याणकारी बोर्ड बनाएंगे और इसका गठन करने के बाद हम 10 लाख रुपए तक का जीवन बीमा और 5 लाख रुपए तक का दुर्घटना बीमा हम अपने टैक्सी ड्राइवर और ऑटो वाले भाइयों को देंगे। उनके बच्चों को प्रदान होगा। कहीं ईश्वर ना करे कोई ऐसी घटना घट जाए कि किसी की जान चली जाए तो उनके परिवार वालों को 10 लाख रुपए तक का जीवन बीमा मिल जाएगा, 5 लाख रुपए तक का दुर्घटना बीमा मिलेगा।
However, AAP convener Arvind Kejriwal has hit out at the BJP, saying that BJP, instead of promising free education, will stop it. Listen in.
आज का इनका ये संकल्प पत्र है। इस संकल्प पत्र में ये लिख रहे हैं कि दिल्ली के स्कूलों में मिलने वाली फ्री शिक्षा को बंद कर दिया जाएगा। इसमें लिखा है, सरकारी शिक्षण संस्थाओं में दिल्ली के जरूरतमंद छात्रों को मुफ्त शिक्षा दी जाएगी। स्कूलों में तो सबको मुफ्त शिक्षा मिल रही है, जरूरतमंदों को थोड़ी मिल रही है, सबको ही मिल रही है। तो इसका मतलब ये सबको अब मुफ्त शिक्षा बंद करके जरूरतमंदों को देंगे। इसका मतलब लोग इनके नेताओं के घर के चक्कर काटेंगे कि मेरा भी मुफ्त करा दो जी, मेरा भी मुफ्त करा दो जी। मैं दिल्ली के लोगों को चेतावनी देना चाहता हूं, ये बहुत खतरनाक पार्टी है।
And my colleague Ishika is joining me. Ishika, before getting into the political war of words over the manifesto released by the BJP, take us to the highlights of the BJP poll promises.
Well, certainly, Aditi, in the first part of BJP Sankalp Patra, it was raining freebies. And in this part, well, it is certainly now a welfare war. Now, we have seen that in this particular Sankalp Patra that has been, unveiled by the BJP MP Anurag Thakur, focus has been given on the welfare board for, in fact, the auto taxi drivers and for the domestic helpers. Here, in fact, what has been said is that, a welfare board will be constituted for the auto taxi drivers, where life insurance of 10 lakh will be given to them, and accident insurance and vehicle insurance up to rupees 5 lakh will be given, and also scholarship will also be given to their children. And a similar welfare board will be made for the domestic workers as well. Not just that, here, in fact, the BJP has also put focus on the youth, saying that all those youth who are, in fact, preparing for competitive examinations, they will be given a financial aid of 15,000 rupees. And not just that, in fact, there will be a reimbursement of 2 time travel and application fees as well. So certainly, the BJP has put the focus on youth as well, and they have also gone on to say that the needy students will be receiving free education from KG to PG in all government educational institutions. Now, certainly we are seeing that in response, the Aam Aadmi Party Supremo Arvind Kejriwal has hit back at BJP Sankalp Patra Part 2, saying that rather than giving free education, which is already there by the Aam Aadmi Party government, the BJP is going to...
Right, Ishika, hold your thoughts. Adani Group Chairman Mr. Gautam Adani is in Prayagraj today. He is visiting the Maha Kumbh, and on your screens are the visuals of Mr. Gautam Adani visiting the camp area, where he will be meeting and greeting several people, including the ISKCON group. Remember, he is there on his spiritual journey visit in Prayagraj today. He will be performing seva at the ISKCON Mandir. Remember, great initiatives have been taken by Mr. Adani at this Mahakumbh. He will participate in spiritual activities at the Mahakumbh. Adani is scheduled to visit the ISKCON camp, and he will also offer prayers at the statue of Lord Hanuman in Bandra. The ISKCON camp has made extensive preparations for this visit of Mr. Adani. He will also serve at the community kitchen area, where free meals are being distributed to pilgrims. He is being welcomed. He is there with his family and is being welcomed by the people there. Furthermore, in collaboration with ISKCON and Gita Press, the Adani Group has been providing daily meals to 1 lakh devotees. These meals include roti, dal, rice, vegetables and sweets. Additionally, 1 crore Aarti offerings are being distributed, and Adani will be participating in these charitable efforts. Right now, Mr. Adani is in Prayagraj at the Kumbh Mela, and this is the largest congregation. You can see the visuals on your screens. These are the drone visuals capturing the grand event which happens only in some years. The Adani Group has also set up battery-operated vehicles to help pilgrims who are unable to walk around the expansive fairground. The group has been working to ensure a seamless experience for the elderly, differently abled, and children by offering golf cart facilities for easier mobility. Meanwhile, on Monday, Rajya Sabha MP and philanthropist Sudha Murthy also arrived in Prayagraj to attend the Mahakumbh, expressing her immense joy and excitement for the sacred occasion. And today we are seeing Mr. Gautam Adani also visiting this. There are also reports that Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be visiting the Maha Kumbh in the upcoming days along with the Union Home Minister Amit Shah. He will also be visiting this event. Remember, this is the largest congregation. Mr. Gautam Adani is here in Maha Kumbh, and the ISKCON community is welcoming Mr. Adani and his family with lots of fervor. Adani Group Chairman will be participating in several rituals today. He will be performing seva also. He will be offering prayers at the Lete Hanumanji temple, and then he will offer Ganga Aarti on a boat in Prayagraj in the Maha Kumbh. These are the visuals on your screens, viewers. This is the largest congregation of the spiritual journey at the Sangam Ghat in Triveni in Prayagraj, where many devotees, lakhs and lakhs of devotees have gathered to celebrate the spirit of India. My colleague Ranveer is also joining me, who is tracking Mr. Adani's pilgrimage yatra in Prayagraj. Ranveer, take us through the highlights. Where exactly is Mr. Adani and what is his itinerary looking like?
Mr. Adani just arrived at the VIP camp of ISKCON, and he'll meet some officials of ISKCON group, and after this meeting and a short break, Mr. Adani and his family will be visiting to Maha Prasad camp, which is organized by ISKCON group and funded by Adani group, and it facilitated around 150,000 people's food per day for entire Mahakumbh area. So Mr. Adani will be reaching there. He'll distribute Maha Prasad to some of the devotees who are present in Mahakumbh presently, and after that Adani family will be visiting VIP jetty at near Akshavat, and he'll take a boat to reach Sangam, and after reaching there he'll take a holy dip in the joining place of Ganga, Yamuna and mythical Saraswati. So after taking the holy bath, Mr. Adani will be back to jetty, and after that he will be visiting to Lete Hanumanji temple, which is nearby to Sangam area, and after praying at Lete Hanumanji temple, Mr. Adani will be distributing some Aarti Sangra through Gita Press, which is known for religious publication in entire world. So Gita Press and ISKCON, both groups are associated with the Adani group, and they are giving some special services to the devotees coming in Mahakumbh area from not only India but entire world. So Mr. Adani and his family is in Mahakumbh area, and he's meeting some of the ISKCON officials here at the camp, and after that, after 5-10 minutes, he will be moving towards that Maha Prasad, which is the biggest kitchen in Mahakumbh, you can say. So Adani Group is giving services in 3 different ways. One, that Maha Prasad is known for 150,000 people's food per day for entire 45 days in Mahakumbh Mela duration, and also Adani Group has given 50 golf cart vehicles, and which will be taking devotees from one place to other free of cost, and also 1 crore copies of Aarti Sangra will be distributed through Gita Press. This is the contribution of Adani Group, and obviously ISKCON Group's officials and Gita Press officials both met Chairman Mr. Gautam Adani, and he gave an option of some special services in Mahakumbh during a 45 days span. So ISKCON Group is distributing food, not only one place, but more than 30 places are designated for this distribution of food through Adani Group. So this is a way of serving devotees, and Mr. Adani and his family is in Mela area. So this is the camp, which is known for Maha Prasad. There are total 30 numbers of this type of camps which are distributing food to devotees in Mahakumbh, and also 50 golf carts are also here in Mela area for taking the devotees to one place to other at free of cost. So in this way the Adani Group is serving the devotees in Mahakumbh presently, and obviously group's chairman along with his family is in Mahakumbh. So he is on a very short and a sweet trip, and he's obviously on a personal trip for a religious trip here in Prayagraj. So his arrival is a matter of excitement for the ISKCON group as well as Gita Press, and also some of the devotees are gathered here to witness how Adani family they have arrived here simply, and he'll take bath in Mahakumbh at the joining place of Ganga, Yamuna and mythical Saraswati.
Right, Ranveer, thank you so much for giving us those details. And in a big development in connection to Saif Ali Khan's stabbing case, the Mumbai police have recreated the crime scene with the accused at Saif Ali Khan's residence early this morning. A team of at least 20 officials reached the Satguru Sharan building in 4 police vans around 5:30 a.m. and were on the premises for an hour. On the other side, Saif Ali Khan is expected to be discharged today. These are the reports coming in now. Some of the doctors are saying that he is recovering well and will be discharged today. Moreover, the accused was also taken to several areas in Bandra where the scene was recreated with him to ascertain whether the confession given by him is actually true or not. The police are now investigating the motive behind this incident. The rickshaw driver who took Saif Ali Khan to the hospital has also been rewarded in this case. He has been rewarded with a sum of rupees 11,000 after taking Saif Ali Khan to the hospital, remember, on that night, on the fateful night of the stabbing incident. My colleague Abira is joining me for more on this. Abira, you have been reporting since morning how Saif Ali Khan is likely to be discharged today. Tell us, what are the details do we have? Is he recovering well now?
Last I spoke to the doctor, that is yesterday, I was told that he is doing absolutely fine and he'll be discharged today. The discharge timing for every hospital is between 2 and 6. So we are expecting him to come out around after 2 o'clock. Between 2 and 6, any time he'll be discharged. Since morning, the last formalities are going on, the paper formalities that are going on. But he is doing absolutely fine and recovering very well. The doctor said that he needs bed rest, complete bed rest. So even when he goes home, he will have attendance and he will be on bed rest. He is expected to go to Fortune Heights, that's his old home. Before they shifted to Satguru, they used to live in Fortune Heights in the same lane as Satguru. So that is what is expected, that he is going to go to Fortune Heights after he gets discharged. But we are still not being told anything by the PR or by his team or by the family.
Right, Abira, stay with me. We're also being joined by Anuj, who is reporting live outside his residence. Anuj, take us through the details of what progress the police have made in the investigation so far.
Today morning the police attempted to recreate the scene with the help of the accused in the Satguru Sharan apartment, where from 5:30 a.m. till around 7 a.m. we saw that a team of police officers arrived here at the spot and they tried to look at the way and the approach of the person in question here, the prime accused, on how he entered through the back gate, jumped off the back gate, went to the basement, used the staircase to reach the 10th floor and then used the AC duct area to enter Jahangir's house, which is on the 11th floor. But it is not just that. Even after that, he went and rested for a bit in a garden close by here in the Bandra region and then made his way to the Bandra station. All of those things were looked into with very fine detail by the Mumbai police along with the victim. And even after that, right, the police, after finishing their creating or recreating the crime scene, we saw that a couple of police teams again visited this place in the last 4 or 5 hours. We've seen some very senior officials go through the same places, which were very closely observed by these police officials yesterday. What we can see right now on the screen, this is the Fortune Heights building that Abira was talking about just a while back. It is just 50 meters away from Satguru Sharan apartment where the crime actually took place. We are expecting the Saif Ali Khan
to come here, but there is still no official confirmation that has been given either by the police or by Saif Ali Khan. But when you talk about the investigation, while on one hand they have, they are trying very hard to understand the, the approach with which the accused entered Saif's house, they've also made substantial progress when it comes to establishing the Bangladeshi links of the accused, be it the place of origin, be it establishing contacts with the people in his hometown or home village, or even the donkey route, the route through Doki River, that he used to enter India. He did not come via Bengal, but he came via Meghalaya region. So all of these details have also been noted down and they'll be presented in the court soon.
Right. Thank you so much, Abira and Anuj, for joining us. And viewers, Donald Trump returns to the White House, takes office as the 47th United States president. Well, he signed a slew of executive orders. Trump declared border emergency. He also pulled out of the WHO. He also pardoned at least 1,200 Capitol Hill rioters. U.S. government has withdrew its state from Paris Accords as well. Trump has also paused the TikTok ban, getting him 75-day window. He also took a jibe at North Korean leader Kim Jong-un, which was met with a lot of laughter. What exactly he said? Let's listen in.
We love you. We respect you so much. And we have a big commitment to each and every one of you. Starting today, America will be stronger and greater than it's ever been before. That's happening, folks. That was a big win. That was a tremendous win. We all worked hard for it. And a big part of the reason that I won was because of my relationship with you. So we appreciate it. Instead of worrying about political agendas, you don't have to worry about that at all. There's only one focus: defeating America's enemies. We're not going to be defeated. We're not going to be humiliated. We're only going to win, win, win. We're going to win, win, win.
And this was at the inaugural ball where Donald Trump celebrated with Melania Trump. They also danced a bit. There you have the visuals of him dancing and celebrating his victory and returning to the White House. The executive orders that he has signed are in the limelight, and these executive orders, what do they mean? And what it means for the world? Well, for that and to explain a bit, my colleague Vishal Vivek is joining me to explain what executive orders are exactly.
So executive orders are signed statements about how the president wants the federal government to be managed. These orders can be instructions to federal agencies or requests for reports. They can also lay out major policies. For example, former President Joe Biden signed an ordinance to create a structure for establishing regulations on artificial intelligence. Executive orders are also used by presidents to pursue agendas they haven't been able to or can't get through Congress. New presidents can issue orders to cancel the orders of their predecessors, and they often do that. Trump has already cancelled about 78 orders and actions signed by Joe Biden. According to the American Bar Association, the orders do not require congressional approval and can't be directly overturned by lawmakers. Despite appearing to wield a lot of power, there are some limitations to how far an executive order can go. Both Congress and the courts can potentially block executive orders. Congress can also deny funding to federal agencies and cripple the enforcement of an order. Aditi, you can take over.
Right. Thank you so much, Vishal, for joining us and explaining in detail. With that, viewers, we're slipping into a very short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro. World's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Kind attention, please. Delhi Election Metro 2025 is arriving on People's Platform.
Please mind the gap.
BJP or AAP, who will get to the Delhi Secretariat station?
दरवाजे बाईं तरफ खुलेंगे.
Who will Delhi voters open the victory doors for? And who will be shown the door? Can the BJP throw AAP's victory run off track? Or will it be Kejriwal's ticket to win again? Can Congress take the election metro to revival? We will track it all for you. Delhi's decision destination.
Doors will open on the left.
Stay tuned to NDTV for mega metro poll coverage.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Maha Kumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip and the spiritual sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Maha Kumbh 2025.
In a historic first, BJP releases manifesto in parts. Part 2 of BJP's Delhi manifesto has been released. BJP announces scholarship for needy students. Aam Aadmi Party says BJP is planning to stop free education in Delhi. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister MK Stalin writes to India bloc chief ministers opposing UGC draft rules. Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan has presented a resolution in the Assembly to oppose the UGC draft rules. Income tax officials are conducting searches at the residence of renowned Tollywood producer Dil Raju. Pushpa 2 film producer also raided. West Bengal government moves Calcutta High Court's division bench against the trial court sentence in Arjikor rape and murder case. Government has sought death penalty for accused Sanjay Roy. Bodies of more than 14 Naxalites have been recovered in Chhattisgarh. Chalapati, Central Committee member of Naxalites carrying a bounty of 1 crore rupees, has also been killed. Adani Group Chairman Gautam Adani visits Maha Kumbh, offers seva at ISKCON Pandal, Ganga Puja at Prayagraj. Hi there, very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kitty Behel. A big Aam Aadmi Party versus BJP fight is brewing ahead of the Delhi polls. The BJP has released its second manifesto for the upcoming Delhi election and promised to provide free education from kindergarten to PG for needy students in government education institutes of the city if they're voted to power. Launching BJP Sankalp Patra for Delhi Assembly polls, BJP MP Anurag Thakur has said that the party will provide to the youth of the city one-time financial assistance of 15,000 rupees for preparation of competitive exams and also reimburse two-time travel and application fee. Now the Aam Aadmi Party has hit out at the BJP saying that education is already free in Delhi and the BJP will stop free education if it comes to power. Also today, Aam Aadmi Party National Convener Arvind Kejriwal likened the BJP to the golden deed that led to Sita's captivity, drawing parallels between Ramayana and the ruling party's election campaign. Well, Kejriwal has said that BJP leaders were living with slum dwellers ahead of the election in Delhi and that they want to grab their land. Now, BJP has targeted Aam Aadmi Party. BJP spokesperson Pradeep Bhandari also said that Aam Aadmi Party chief Arvind Kejriwal misquoted a part of Ramayana and also he is called Arvind Kejriwal a Chunavi Hindu. Listen in.
अब हमारी कल्पना ये है कि दिल्ली में सरकारी शिक्षण संस्थानों में जो जरूरतमंद छात्र हैं उनको पीजी से लेकर केजी से लेकर पीजी तक की मुफ्त शिक्षा देंगे। केजी से पीजी तक मुफ्त शिक्षा मिलेगी दिल्ली के जरूरतमंद छात्रों को सरकारी शैक्षिक संस्थानों में। जी हां, आपने ठीक सुना, केजी से पीजी तक मुफ्त शिक्षा प्रदान करेंगे जरूरतमंद छात्रों को सरकारी शैक्षिक संस्थानों में। ऑटो और टैक्सी ड्राइवरों के लिए हम ऑटो टैक्सी ड्राइवर वेलफेयर बोर्ड बनाएंगे, कल्याणकारी बोर्ड बनाएंगे और इसका गठन करने के बाद हम 10 लाख रुपए तक का जीवन बीमा और 5 लाख रुपए तक का दुर्घटना बीमा हम अपने टैक्सी ड्राइवर और ऑटो वाले भाइयों को देंगे, उनके बच्चों को प्रदान होगा। कहीं ईश्वर ना करे कोई ऐसी घटना घट जाए कि किसी की जान चली जाए तो उनके परिवार वालों को 10 लाख रुपए तक का जीवन बीमा मिल जाएगा, 5 लाख रुपए तक का दुर्घटना बीमा मिलेगा।
आज का इनका ये संकल्प पत्र है। इस संकल्प पत्र में ये लिख रहे हैं कि दिल्ली के स्कूलों में मिलने वाली फ्री शिक्षा को बंद कर दिया जाएगा। इसमें लिखा है सरकारी शिक्षण संस्थाओं में दिल्ली के जरूरतमंद छात्रों को मुफ्त शिक्षा दी जाएगी। स्कूलों में तो सबको मुफ्त शिक्षा मिल रही है, जरूरतमंदों को थोड़ी मिल रही है, सबको ही मिल रही है। तो इसका मतलब ये सबको।
All right, shifting our focus now, Adani Group Chairman Gautam Adani is visiting the Maha Kumbh in UP. Well, Gautam Adani is at the Maha Kumbh at the moment. These are visuals that have come in. He is performing seva in Maha Kumbh and has also visited the ISKCON temple. He is going to be offering Ganga Puja. Well, these are latest visuals that are coming in at the moment. The Maha Kumbh is taking place in Prayagraj in UP and a number of people are visiting the Maha Kumbh. Adani Group Chairman Gautam Adani is also visiting the Maha Kumbh and at the moment we are learning that he is going to perform seva at the ghats. Well, these are latest visuals that have come in from Prayagraj. Also, Gautam Adani is expected to offer Ganga Puja as well. He has already visited the ISKCON temple and Maha Kumbh is taking place in Prayagraj and it takes place after a gap of several years and is said to be once in a lifetime opportunity for devotees to offer their prayers. We have live visuals now coming in from the ISKCON temple. We are learning where Gautam Adani is visiting at the moment and offering his prayers. These are latest visuals coming in. Gautam Adani, as he arrived for the Maha Kumbh Mela in Prayagraj, had said that he is very excited for the Maha Kumbh and at the moment he's visiting the ISKCON temple. These are latest visuals coming in from Prayagraj. Adani Group Chairman Gautam Adani is participating in the ongoing Maha Kumbh, which is one of the largest spiritual gatherings in the world. Well, he had expressed his enthusiasm earlier, saying that I am very, very excited for the Maha Kumbh. Well, remember earlier also the Adani Group and the International Society for Krishna Consciousness, that is ISKCON, had joined hands to serve meals to devotees at the Maha Kumbh Mela in Prayagraj. This Maha Prasad Seva is going to be offered for the entire duration of the Maha Kumbh Mela till Feb 26. Adani Group Chairman Gautam Adani had also met Guru Prasad Swami, who is the chairman of ISKCON Governing Body Commission, and thanked ISKCON for this initiative. Well, latest visuals now coming in of the Adani Group Chairman at the ISKCON temple at the moment. Well, he is participating in the Maha Kumbh, and earlier he had thanked ISKCON for the initiative that is being launched in collaboration with the Adani Group and ISKCON to serve meals to devotees at the Maha Kumbh Mela in Prayagraj. Gautam Adani earlier had said that Kumbh is a sacred place of seva where every devotee gets involved in the name of seva to God. He said further that it's his good fortune that we're starting the Maha Prasad Seva for the devotees at the Maha Kumbh in collaboration with ISKCON. Remember, this Maha Prasad Seva is being offered for the entire duration of the Maha Kumbh Mela, that is till Feb 26. Well, he had also met Guru Prasad Swamiji, who's the chairman of ISKCON, and Guru Prasad Swami had said that the Adani Group has always been a shining example of corporate responsibility and social service. He also further went on to say that what makes Gautam Adani outstanding is his humility, that he never waits to be called, but he moves forward to serve selflessly. And Guru Prasad Swamiji also thanked Gautam Adani for his contribution and said that his work continues to inspire us to give back to the society and unite in the service of humanity. Well, remember, this Maha Prasad Seva is being offered to 50 lakh devotees, and the meals are being prepared in 2 kitchens in and outside the Mela area. The Maha Prasad is being distributed at around 40 places in the Maha Kumbh area, and more than 2,500 volunteers are involved in this initiative. Also, golf carts have been arranged for the differently abled, elderly and mothers with children. 5 lakh copies of Gita Sar are also being distributed among the devotees. All right, my colleague Pallav Mishra also joins us on the broadcast, getting us more from the ground. Pallav, we have visuals coming in of Gautam Adani visiting the Maha Kumbh, and as I've been saying it earlier, that in collaboration with Gautam Adani's Adani Group and ISKCON, the Maha Prasad Seva has been started for the devotees of the Maha Kumbh. This will continue till Feb 6, the entire duration of the Maha Kumbh, offering prasad and meals to the devotees who've gathered for this spiritual gathering.
बिल्कुल, देखिए, जो गौतम अदानी है वो प्रयागराज पहुंच चुके हैं और वहां पर प्रयागराज में जो महाकुंभ का पूरा क्षेत्र है वहां पे जो सबसे पहले वो जो कॉलेज है ISKCON का, वहां के बाद वो जो ISKCON का जो महा प्रसाद सेवा चल रही है, किचन भंडार जो है, जहाँ पे रोज जो है कई हजार की संख्या में तमाम जो लोग हैं महाप्रसाद जो ग्रहण कर रहे हैं, वहाँ किचन में जो है वहाँ पहुंचे हुए हैं। वहाँ पर जो तमाम व्यवस्थाएं हैं, जैसे लोग वहाँ पे प्रसाद दिया जा रहा है, जो किचन है, उन तमाम चीज़ों का वो फिलहाल वहाँ पे वो जायजा ले रहे हैं। उसके बाद जो है वो वहाँ से सीधा VIP घाट संगम है वहाँ पहुँचेंगे और उसके बाद वो जो संगम जाएंगे जहाँ पर स्नान करने की भी संभावना है। उसके बाद वहाँ पे संगम की पूजा करेंगे। तो फिलहाल गौतम अडानी यहाँ पर पहुँच चुके हैं और यहाँ पहुँचने के बाद जो है महाप्रसाद सेवा जो ISKCON योग के साथ जो अडानी ग्रुप चला रहा है उसकी आप पूरी देखरेख कर रहे हैं। कैसे वहाँ पे प्रसाद का वितरण किया जा रहा है, कैसे बनाया जा रहा है, क्या वहाँ पे पूरी सुविधा हुआ, कितना बड़ा किचन में क्या क्या चीजें हैं, उसको लेकर तमाम चीजों को अडानी जो है फिलहाल वहाँ पे देख रहे हैं। जी।
किस तरह की वहाँ पर सेवाएं उपलब्ध कराई जा रही हैं डेवोटीज़ के लिए? महाप्रसाद सेवा जो है अदानी ग्रुप की तरफ से और इस्कॉन के कोलैबोरेशन के साथ ये शुरू की गई है। पूरे ड्यूरेशन तक, जब तक महाकुंभ चलता रहेगा तब तक ये जो है मील्स प्रोवाइड की जाएंगी। किस तरह से वॉलंटियर्स वहाँ पर इकट्ठा हो रहे हैं, किस तरह से इस सेवा के लिए जो है काम किया जा रहा है, इस बारे में भी बताइए।
देखिए, जो अडानी ग्रुप कॉर्पोरेशन के साथ उसको लेकर महाकुंभ और पूरे प्रयागराज शहर मिलाकर 3 किचन जो है बनाए गए हैं। एक किचन जो डीएसए ग्राउंड में है, इसके जहां से करीब 40 अलग अलग पॉइंट बनाए गए हैं पूरे शहर के अंदर, जहां पर महाप्रसाद सेवा का वितरण किया जाएगा। 24/2 ये सुविधा है। उसके अलावा 2 जगह पे, एक नेत्र महाकुंभ है जहां पर फ्री सर्विसेज दी जा रही हैं। जो आंख के इलाज के लोग आ रहे हैं, वहां पे डॉक्टर्स, वॉलेंटियर्स और हेल्थ केयर है, उनको सुबह शाम जो है सुबह दोपहर शाम खाना नाश्ते का पूरा इंतजाम है। ये फ्री सेवा है, चल रही है। और जो सेक्टर उस 6 में है, उसके अलावा सेक्टर 18 में जो है इस्कॉन का पूरा है, जहां पर एक किचन है जो सबसे बड़ा किचन है। वहां पर भी लगातार जो है सुबह से लेकर शाम तक जो है पूरी सेवा चल रही है, महाप्रसाद की सेवा चल रही है। और इसमें जो है खास बात यह है कि जो श्रद्धालु आ रहे हैं उनके अलावा जो पूरे महाकुंभ का जो पूरा क्षेत्र है, मेला परिसर है, वहां पे जो है उनको भी भोजन उपलब्ध कराया जा रहा है। इसके अलावा जो उत्तर प्रदेश परिवहन निगम के जो तमाम ड्राइवर्स और कंडक्टर्स हैं, उनको भी जो है फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट जो है पूरा ये जो महाप्रसाद सेवा का जो पूरा वितरण है वो चल रहा है। और ये अनुमान है कि प्रतिदिन करीब जो है कई हजार संख्या में जो है लोग महाप्रसाद का जो है लाभ उठा रहे हैं। इसके अलावा जो पर्व है, जो स्नान के पर्व है, मकर संक्रांति, पौष पूर्णिमा, मौनी अमावस्या, जो तमाम पर्व है, इसमें अनुमान ये है कि जो है एक दिन पहले और पर्व के एक दिन बाद करीब लाखों की संख्या में लोगों को जो है एक दिन में जो है प्रसाद देने का पूरी योजना है। और अब तक जो हुआ है उसमें साफ तौर पर निकली है। तो एक बड़े स्तर पे जो है अडानी ग्रुप इस्कॉन के साथ मिलकर ये सेवा को शुरू किया हुआ है, जिसका जो लाभ है बहुत बड़े स्तर पर लोगों को मिल रहा है। उसका नतीजा ये है कि जो तमाम लोग प्रसाद खा रहे हैं, क्योंकि प्रसाद का जो वितरण हो रहा है उसकी स्वच्छता और उसकी गुणवत्ता इतनी बेहतर है कि जो तमाम लोग वहाँ पहुंच के खाना खा रहे हैं वो उसकी खुद तारीफ करते नजर आ रहे हैं। और पूरा ये करीब 45 दिन का जो जब से महाकुंभ शुरू हुआ है, करीब 13 जनवरी से आधिकारिक रूप से शुरुआत हुई है और 26 फरवरी जो महाशिवरात्रि का जो अंतिम स्नान होगा उस दिन संपन्न होगा। तो करीब 45 दिन की जो पूरी सेवा है वो लगातार चल रही है और लगातार इसमें जो है बड़ी संख्या में आकर महाप्रसाद का जो है लाभ उठा रहे हैं।
Right. Adani Group Chairman Gautam Adani is going to be participating in the spiritual activities at the Mahakumbh Mela. He's already arrived in Prayagraj, and in those visuals that you can see, he's seen lending a helping hand while the prasad is being prepared. Also, along with him are people from ISKCON, and ISKCON and Adani Group in this collaboration have they aim to provide the Maha Prasad Seva to lakhs of devotees who've gathered here. पल्लव बता सकते हैं कितने समय तक गौतम अदानी यहाँ पर रुकेंगे? वो खुद भी जो है ये फ्री मील्स जो प्रोवाइड की जा रही हैं पिलग्रिम्स के लिए, ही इज ऑल्सो गोइंग टू बी सर्विंग एट द कम्युनिटी किचन भंडारा एरिया।
बिल्कुल, देखिए करीब जो जानकारी हमारे साथ है उसके मुताबिक करीब 40 से 45 मिनट तक का वहाँ उनका पूरा प्रोग्राम है, जहाँ पर वो देखेंगे कि जो बड़ा किचन बना है जहाँ महाप्रसाद का जो वितरण किया जा रहा है वो कैसा है, वहाँ पे कितने प्रसाद ग्रहण कर रहे हैं, क्या प्रसाद मिल रहा है। और तमाम जो वहाँ किचन में वॉलंटियर्स लगे हैं, तमाम जो बिजनेस है, उनसे भी बातचीत करेंगे। और उसके बाद बताया जा रहा है कि वहाँ से निकलकर सीधा वो जो VIP घाट बना है महाकुंभ का क्षेत्र में जो है वहाँ पहुंचेंगे। करीब वहाँ से निकलने के बाद 15 से 20 मिनट का रास्ता है, वो यहाँ पहुंचेंगे और यहाँ पहुंचने के बाद सीधा वो जेटी से जो है विशेष जो उसके जरिए वो संगम शिप में जाएंगे, जो जहाँ पे संगम है वहाँ पर जो है बताया जा रहा है कि वहाँ पे जो है पूजा पाठ का कार्य है। और स्नान के बारे में भी जानकारी दी जा रही है कि स्नान भी करेंगे। उसके बाद वापस वो लौट कर जो है फिर वो लेटे रहमान जी है वहाँ पर जाएंगे, वहाँ पर दर्शन करेंगे। उसके बाद प्रेस पहुंचेंगे, जो जानकारी हमारे पास है। जी।
All right, these are latest visuals coming in. Gautam Adani earlier also had said that he's very, very excited to be participating in the Mahakumbh, and he had expressed his enthusiasm earlier. And remember, the Adani Group and the ISKCON have joined hands to serve meals to devotees at the Mahakumbh Mela in Prayagraj. Gautam Adani just a while back seen helping while the prasad for this Maha Prasad Seva was being prepared. Well, the Maha Prasad Seva is being offered for the entire duration of the Mahakumbh Mela till Feb 26. All right, my colleague Pankaj Jha is also now joining us on the broadcast. He's getting us more from there about the ground situation there. All right, the Prasad is being served, and Gautam Adani there in those visuals lending a helping hand there and offering offering his services here. All right, Pankaj, take us through the details here, what all is expected. Gautam Adani will be participating in the spiritual activities. He is also seen offering meals and preparing, helping in the preparation of the prasad that is going to be served to the devotees here. What all is planned further?
The visuals we are seeing right now, Gautam Adani with his family members, they have reached here at the main center, which is in sector 19 of Prayagraj. You must be aware that Prayagraj Maha Kumbh area has been converted into a separate district this time in UP for this Maha Kumbh, and he has just came to this ISKCON center. There are many sectors in the Kumbh area, and in every sector there is a one Maha Prasad distribution center, and ISKCON in association with Adani Group is distributing free food, which is called Maha Prasad in this area. And I've been told by the ISKCON temple and the Adani Group associate members that more than 150,000 free meal, lunch and dinner, it is being distributed in this Kumbh area. After visiting this center, he will go to the Sangam area and he will take a holy dip there with his family members. Afterwards, he will go and take blessings of Lete Way Hanumanji, and being Tuesday today, there's a very auspicious day for Hanumanji, Mangalvar, this is called Tuesday. And then he will go to the Adi Sankaracharya Vimanan Mandap, where you know that Adani Group in association with Gita Press, they are supposed to distribute 1 crore Aarti Sangra book. And the members of the Gita Press, they have gone to Ahmedabad and they have made the chairman. So he will visit that center also.
All right. Guru Prasad Swamiji also had said that the Adani Group has always been a shining example of corporate responsibility and social service. And through these activities, it's very much visible. Gautam Adani, along with his family members, is at the Maha Kumbh Mela, and as you've been saying, it's an auspicious day. A lot of activities are planned further ahead as well, and this is very much visible in the things that he's participating in, and also the Adani Group in collaboration with the ISKCON providing free meals to lakhs of devotees here.
Matter of only free meals, I'm witness to it since 9 a.m. in the morning. I've been watching in various Mahaprasad distribution centers, people across from Bihar, UP, Tripura, Andhra, Karnataka, and belonging to lower middle class, liberal class, upper middle class. I've seen various students who are studying in different universities. I met some people from the Hyderabad University, from Christ University, Bangalore. They have come to take holy dip in the Kumbh, and they are having free meal in those centers. And afterwards, another important thing, that is the distribution of this Aarti Sangra. That is a part of, building rapport with the people of Sanatan Dharma. Gita Press is a symbol of, that publication, a very well-established publication, Gita Press. And they are distributing in various sectors this Aarti Sangra. He will go, Mr. Adani will go there and visit, and they will interact with the people from the Gita Press also.
Absolutely. All right. Those visuals now coming in. Gautam Adani sitting at the table there. He's eating the meal at the Maha Prasad Seva that has been started by ISKCON and the Adani Group, and he's sitting there, and he's himself first eating that meal. He made himself a plate and is seen sitting along with his family members who've also come to Prayagraj to offer their prayers. Well, these are latest visuals coming in of the Gautam Adani family here at Prayagraj on this very auspicious day. Well, they have gathered here to offer their services to lakhs of devotees who've come here for the world's biggest gathering in Prayagraj. All right, Pankaj, who all have come from the Adani family. We have visuals of Gautam Adani, his family members also seen seated at the table.
Yeah, I've seen the chairman, Mr. Gautam Adani, his wife, his son, and there are other few members of the family. They came here, and you know the entire itinerary that from visiting this ISKCON temple, then to the free distribution, Maha Prasad distribution center, then to the Sangam area, then we will go to Hanumanji temple, and then reach up this. So right now in this visual, you must have seen that Mr. Adani himself is sitting there, is trying to talk to the people who are having free meal, the quality of the meal, how do they feel, where are they coming from. He's trying to have a first-hand information of the people who are at the center right now having free meal there.
Absolutely. And so we do understand that the Maha Prasad is being distributed to lakhs of devotees. It's going to continue for the entire duration of the Mahakumbh Mela. And what all, arrangements have been made? If you could, give us all those details there. We do believe, thousands of volunteers also have come forward to help in this initiative.
Associated with ISKCON, they have come from all across India, from various parts. I have made them from the people coming from Andhra, Bihar, UP, Bengal. They are associated with ISKCON. They are working like as the volunteers. And as I told, there are 29 Maha Prasad distribution centers in different sectors of the Mahakumbh area, where these food are being carried to those centers. I have seen people from the police, UP police, SSB, ICBC, who are deployed here for the security of the devotees here. They are also having free meal. I have seen many of them yesterday night also, and even today morning also. So lunch and dinner, Mahaprasad. This is the biggest attraction. There are various other mandals also offering free food, but the quality of the food and the number of people having free meal in those centers, there's no match to it.
All right. Latest visuals coming in of Adani Group Chairman along with his family members seated at this table and sharing a meal that has been prepared by the Adani Group as well as in collaboration with ISKCON, which is being provided. These free meals are being provided to lakhs of devotees here who've gathered for the Mahakumbh Mela. Latest visuals that are coming in at the moment. Gautam Adani had earlier said he is very excited for the Mahakumbh, and he is here today along with his family members. All right. With that, it's time for a short break. Yeah, more news and updates will continue on the other side. We'll be right back.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
Hello and welcome to the best of the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland.
For 2 decades, NDTV has been a window to the world's greatest thinkers, leaders, Nobel laureates and stars at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland.
From Bill Gates to Shakira to Randy Zuckerberg to top ministers. to what is often the biggest story. India, a global economic powerhouse. Conversations around our greatest challenges, from AI to wars to sustainability. Join us, NDTV's Vishnu Shom and me, Neeraj Shah, as we engage with the world's finest. NDTV at Davos from January 20th to January 25th.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं।
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी।
Kind attention, please. Delhi Election Metro 2025 is arriving on People's Platform.
Please mind the gap.
BJP or AAP, who will get to the Delhi Secretariat station?
दरवाजे बाईं तरफ खुलेंगे.
Who will Delhi voters open the victory doors for? And who will be shown the door? Can the BJP throw AAP's victory run off track? Or will it be Kejriwal's ticket to win again? Can Congress take the election metro to revival? We will track it all for you. Delhi's decision destination.
Doors will open on the left.
Stay tuned to NDTV for mega metro poll coverage.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
From the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland. The World Economic Forum is an opportunity for leaders across the world, thinkers and so many others to reflect on some of the most pressing issues of the times. And let's face it, these are fairly difficult times. There's climate, which is a huge concern. There is conflict, which is going on. There are trade issues and economic issues. But there are also incredible opportunities, for example, artificial intelligence. We've got a very special, a wonderful guest with us, Geeta Gopinath. Great to have you with us once again, the first Deputy Managing Director of the IMF. I've gone through your latest report where you call it global growth divergent and uncertain, where you're saying that it's going to be 3.3% global growth both in 2025, 2026. That's below what the historical trend has been. What do you see as some of the primary headwinds impacting this?
Yeah, so Vishnu, first of all, a pleasure to join you. We see global growth holding steady at 3.3%, but as you mentioned, it's quite divergent. On the one hand, we see the US as quite strong.
Yeah.
We've been upgrading our forecasts. Well, on the other hand, Europe is somewhat weaker, and China also has its own challenges. Now, in terms of what countries need to do so that we have more balanced growth in the world, I think it's pretty country specific, and it's going to vary country by country. In the case of China, there's a lot more they need to do on the property sector, bringing up domestic demand. In Europe, they have to take actions to raise productivity, get growth going, and so on. So at the same time, there are a lot of developments on the external front when it comes to geopolitical tensions, trade policy in the world. And that's something that governments around the world will have to, deal with.
Right. Well, we were looking at, you've also obviously mentioned India. It is a very large growing economy, but your words are cautionary, I would say. Growth in India also slowed more than expected, led by a sharper than expected deceleration in industrial activity. A couple of years back, we were well above 7%. The target has always been 8% plus. What does India need to do to get back to those 8% plus levels?
Yeah. I mean, firstly, just to put things in perspective, India remains the fastest growing major economy in the world at 6.5%.
Yeah.
Now, the growth is lower than what we had initially expected, and that reflects the fact that in the second half of last year, 2024, we saw a slower start to public investment following the elections. Now, we expect that to bounce back, which is going to bring back some of the recovery. We're also seeing the rural sector consumption strengthening, which is something that we had expected that it would. But more generally, in terms of getting growth to higher levels on a more durable basis, I mean, India will have to continue to do some of the things it's doing, which is public infrastructure investment, keep at it, make sure that the timelines are met, improve the ease of doing business. You know, being able to buy and sell land should be an easier job than what it is right now, and plugging India back into the global supply chain in a much more stronger way, which will require, you know, cutting back some of the tariffs that they have, which are quite high.
Yeah. The target for India, of course, is to become a $10 trillion economy, to become developed, I think, by 2047. The first target of $10 trillion in terms of the Indian economy, do you believe that's achievable in the finite future?
For 2047 is a long way off.
Yes.
And the world is not remaining stationary. There's lots that happen.
Sure.
Again, it is one of those, it's a good aspiration to have, and it's going to take much bigger structural reforms than what we've seen in the last decade.
The United States you've also written about, you know, you've said in the report that underlying demand remains robust in the United States, reflects the strong wealth effects, less restrictive monetary policy stance. With the new Trump administration coming into power, do you see a real consolidation of the US economy?
So, firstly, I think the US economy has been powering along for a few years now. US consumers are spending at a very healthy pace. The labor market is strong. Productivity growth has been actually surprisingly very good in the US. Now, what will come in the next few years depends on the details of the new administration. President Trump has announced a range of measures. We're going to have to analyze it. They're on multiple fronts, in immigration, on trade. So it's a little premature to comment on how that would work. I think what we already see is a lot of positive sentiment in the US. The stock market is doing extremely well. And, you know, the US is now the most popular destination for foreign direct investment. It's getting a lot of foreign capital coming in.
Yeah. Tariffs is something which, from the United States, it certainly concerns us in India as well. I was speaking to Nadir Godrej yesterday, where he said that, you know, in the field of agriculture, that could be an area of concern. With the new Trump administration, do you believe that tariffs could be, you know, problematic in terms of countries like India?
Again, it's going to depend on the details of how they decide what kinds of tariffs to impose, the magnitudes of these tariffs, and of course also we need to see the reaction of countries to it. Now, what we have seen in the past, of course, if there is a unbridled tariff war with countries imposing tariffs in retaliation, it does leave the world worse off. But for now, I think we should wait and see exactly what those tariffs may look like.
China, of course, the other huge economy, and you've written, and I quote, faster than expected net export growth only partly offset a faster than expected slowdown in consumption. What are the primary, how would you look at the China story? There is also the property market and stabilization of the property market. Has that been up to scratch or up to your expectations?
Yeah. Wait, Vishnu, in the case of China, domestic demand has remained weak. Consumer demand has remained weak, and that's one area where the Chinese government is focused on to try and bring back consumption spending. They've done a whole host of measures, including on the fiscal front and on monetary policy front, which is why we've upgraded the forecast for China for a little bit this year. But more is going to be needed to get money more into the hands of consumers so that they actually feel confident about spending it. In terms of dealing with unfinished homes that were sold previously, that is an issue that still needs tackling, because for a lot of Chinese, that's where their wealth is, and as long as you don't see them getting the homes that they paid for, that can be a very negative sentiment. So recognize that the government is doing a lot in terms of measures. More will be needed, more in terms of getting the private market economy also to be a bigger contributor, and also relying less on external demand and more on domestic demand.
Artificial intelligence, it's a huge theme over here. For the last couple of years at the World Economic Forum in Asia, There are all sorts of questions. Is it an enabler? Does it potentially take jobs? There is also the entire issue of equity and AI. So in the context of Asia, how do you see AI and growth?
Firstly, there's a lot of uncertainty still in terms of what AI will do for economies in the world. We have estimates of how much it can help in terms of raising productivity, and it's either 0.1 percentage point every year or 0.8 percentage point every year. Given that world growth is at 3% on average, if you get to 0.8, that's a large number, but we don't know that yet. And then yes, of course, there are the labor market effects. So if you look at India, for example, our estimate is that about 26% of India's workforce is exposed to AI, but about 14% will benefit from AI, and the remaining 12% will have more of a displacing effect. So a lot depends upon what gets done in terms of building digital public infrastructure, skilling the workforce so that they can use the new technology that's there. And also you need to have an environment for innovation, starting businesses, all of that to be able to make use of this.
Geeta Gopinath, wonderful speaking to you. There you have it, Geeta Gopinath telling us about the overall international situation, why there are lower than expected, perhaps, historical growth numbers. The India story, India is a very large economy, but a lot more perhaps needs to be done to get back to those 8% growth levels. China, the United States, and of course artificial intelligence. I suspect that no one really knows where AI is headed going into the future. It's back to the studio.
All right, so leaders from the world have assembled in Davos for this 5-day annual meeting, and India also has sent its largest contingent this time around. All eyes will be on this World Economic Forum meeting that's taking place in Davos in Switzerland. Our extensive coverage will continue. We're shifting our focus now to some more news that we're tracking at this point in time. A high-level meeting at the Anandpur District Collector's office took an unexpected turn when the DRO was caught playing the popular mobile game Rummy. The meeting, attended by top officials, including the chairman of the SC Classification One-Man Commission, Rajiv Ranjan Mishra, and collectors from Anandpur and Sri Satya Sai districts, was meant to discuss the SC classification issue. However, the officers' actions have sparked widespread criticism. All right, that's the latest coming in. Also, we are learning now with this now, a lot of reactions also have come in just a while back on this very story that we are tracking at the moment. This was a high-level meeting that was taking place in the Anandpur District Collector's office when the DRO was caught playing a mobile game. These are visuals that have come in, the video that has come out. He was seen playing this popular mobile game and was caught doing that. This meeting was attended by top officials that includes chairman of the SC Classification One-Man Commission. It also had collectors from Anandpur, and the SC classification issue was being discussed in this meeting. But this officer was quite very much seen engaging in his mobile phone playing this game, and his visuals were caught on the camera. We'll be getting more details as to what action has been taken in this regard. Meanwhile, that's the latest that we're picking up at the moment. A lot of developments have taken place ever since the video has come out. This action by the officer has also sparked widespread criticism, and we'll keep an eye on the developments there. All right, shifting our focus now to some more news that we're tracking at this point in time. Day after Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin wrote to India bloc chief ministers to oppose the UGC draft rules, Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan also presented a resolution in the Assembly to oppose UGC draft rules. The resolution seeks withdrawal of the rules. Remember, just yesterday, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister had written to Union Minister for Education Dharmendra Pradhan. Also, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin had expressed strong opposition to the draft regulations issued by the UGC, calling for their withdrawal and urging modifications to better suit the needs of the states, particularly Tamil Nadu. The Legislative Assembly had passed a resolution unanimously opposing these draft regulations and urging the union government to withdraw them, including regulations related to appointment of vice chancellors immediately.
The current UGC guidelines regarding appointment of the vice chancellors to the university has completely taken away the rights of the elected state governments. So the education which is in the concurrent list, the union government is practically taking things in the concurrent list into union list, which has to be opposed, which is against the spirit of cooperative federalism. And the justification given by the UGC or the supporters of this draft is totally, unacceptable.
As far as these UGC new rules are concerned, it is definitely against the state rights. But rather than exploring the different means and options, particularly the legal option, and trying to set an example for others, Mr. M.K. Stalin trying to paint a picture as if this is a national movement and trying to elevate himself clearly indicates his political interest rather than his interest for the welfare of the people and rather than interest of the state rights. It clearly indicates the mispriorities of M.K. Stalin with respect to handling any situation that affects the state rights.
We'll get you more on that as developments come in. Meanwhile, we are shifting our focus now. 20 Naxalites have been killed in a joint operation along the Orissa-Chhattisgarh border. Well, calling it another mighty blow to Naxalism, Union Home Minister Amit Shah has said that Naxalites were killed in a joint operation by the CRPF, SOG Orissa and Chhattisgarh police along the Orissa-Chhattisgarh border. And with the resolve for a Naxal-free India and joint efforts of security forces, Naxalism is breathing its last today. Well, also remember the Central Committee member of the Naxalites, Chalapati, who was carrying a bounty of 1 crore rupees, was killed in this operation. Large quantities of arms and weapons, including automated weapons like SLR rifle, have also been recovered as per the police. Well, my colleague Anurag is also now joining us on the broadcast here. Anurag, we do believe that the death toll has increased now. 20 Naxalites have been killed in this encounter. What more details are coming in from the ground? Is the operation still on?
Yes, apart from the numbers, the most important part of this Naxal encounter is the killing of Jairam Reddy, also known as, Ramachandra Reddy or Apparao. He's from Matepalli in Andhra Pradesh, around 60 years of age, and he had completed education only up to 10th standard. Despite his educational background, he rose prominence in the Naxalite ranks, attaining the status of Central Committee member. Chalapati, he was his activities earlier was in the Abujmar region in Bastar, always armed with advanced weapons.
All right, well, latest coming in at the moment, we'll keep an eye on the developments here. Meanwhile, 20 Naxalites have been killed in this joint operation by Orissa Chhattisgarh police. And what we are also learning is that one of the most wanted Naxalite, Chalapati, has also been killed in this encounter. The encounter, we do believe, is still underway at the moment. However, we'll keep an eye on the developments taking place on this very big story. All right, shifting our focus now to some more news that we're tracking. Donald Trump took the oath of office as the 47th president of the United States with promises to push the limits of executive power, deport millions of immigrants and secure retribution against his political enemies. And also he's promised to transform America on the world stage. Well, the swearing-in ceremony of Donald Trump that traditionally takes place at an enormous temporary platform on the Capitol's scenic West Lawn was moved indoors owing to a frigid forecast. Also, Vice President J.D. Vance was sworn in along with Donald Trump. Well, Donald Trump has signed a slew of executive orders that also include border emergency, and U.S. has also signed an executive order with pardon to Capitol Hill rioters.
We love you. We respect you so much. And we have a big commitment to each and every one of you. Starting today, America will be stronger and greater than it's ever been before. That's happening, folks. That was a big win. That was a tremendous win. We all worked hard for it. And a big part of the reason that I won was because of my relationship with you. So we appreciate it. Instead of worrying about political agendas, you don't have to worry about that at all. There's only one focus: defeating America's enemies. We're not going to be defeated. We're not going to be humiliated. We're only going to win, win, win. We're going to win, win, win. So could I ask you, how is it going in South Korea right now? How's it doing? You have somebody with pretty bad intentions, I guess. You know, you would say that, although I developed a pretty good relationship with him, but he's a tough cookie. How is it going over there? How is it doing?
Sir, every day we train, we stay hard, and we plan for anything that you possibly could need us to do. The alliance is strong, and we're ready to receive you, Mr. President.
Well, thank you very much. This is really, is this man central casting or what? If I'm doing a movie, I pick him to play my lead. I want to thank you all very much. What a good-looking group of people, and we are very secure when we have people like you in our military, and we're having a beautiful time in Washington. We just had that great election that you alluded to.
For American citizens, January 20th, 2025 is Liberation Day. Today I will sign a series of historic executive orders. With these actions, we will begin the complete restoration of America and the revolution of common sense. It's all about common sense. First, I will declare a national emergency at our southern border. All illegal entry will immediately be halted, and we will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came. And I will send troops to the southern border to repel the disastrous invasion of our country. The United States, I mean, think of this, spent more money than ever spent on a project before and lost 38,000 lives in the building of the Panama Canal. We have been treated very badly from this foolish gift that should have never been made, and Panama's promise to us has been broken. The purpose of our deal and the spirit of our treaty has been totally violated. American ships are being severely overcharged and not treated fairly in any way, shape, or form, and that includes the United States Navy. And above all, China is operating the Panama Canal, and we didn't give it to China, we gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back.
So US President Donald Trump has issued a flurry of executive orders and directives. Here are the key takeaways. Take a look.
The golden age of America begins right now. For American citizens, January 20th, 2025 is Liberation Day.
History made as Donald Trump took the oath of office, officially becoming the 47th President of the United States. With Chief Justice John Roberts administering the oath, Trump placed his hand on the same Bible used by Abraham Lincoln during his swearing-in back in 1861, a striking symbol of both tradition and transformation as the United States turns a new page. Trump's pick for Vice President J.D. Vance was also sworn in, securing his position as the president's right-hand man. And just like he promised, Trump signed a flurry of executive orders right after being sworn in that includes withdrawal from the Paris Climate Agreement and the World Health Organization. The 78-year-old also issued pardons for 1,500 participants in the January 6, 2021 riots at the U.S. Capitol.
Full pardon or commutation? Full pardon. We have about 6 commutations in there where we're doing further research. Okay. Nice to see you again. So this is a big one. Anything you want to explain about this? We hope they get them. We hope they come out tonight, frankly. We're expecting it. Approximately 1,500 people. Six commutations.
One of the key executive orders will temporarily prevent a ban on TikTok coming into force.
In other words, I think the U.S. should be entitled to get half of TikTok. And congratulations, TikTok has a good partner. And that would be worth, could be $500 billion or something. It's crazy.
In a sign of an impending tariff war, Trump said he may impose 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico as early as the 1st of February, while promising punitive measures on other countries as part of the new U.S. trade policy. Trump also got his first cabinet member as Marco Rubio was confirmed as the U.S. Secretary of State. In a break from tradition, Trump extended invitations to several world leaders. Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, Argentinian President Javier Milei, Chinese Vice President Hang Zheng were in attendance. Front and center was External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, representing India. Former living presidents and first ladies were present at the Capitol Rotunda to witness Trump's return to power. Former First Lady Michelle Obama's absence did not go unnoticed. Her office had announced just last week that she would not be attending the inauguration without offering any explanation. Former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, who had been a fierce critic of Trump throughout his first term, was also absent. The ceremony saw the world's wealthiest individuals sitting together. Tech titans Elon Musk, Sundar Pichai, Jeff Bezos and Mark Zuckerberg sat side by side, marking a significant moment as they witnessed Trump's dramatic return to the presidency. The inauguration featured stirring musical performances with Christopher Marquio singing "O America," Carrie Underwood performing "America the Beautiful," and Lee Greenwood singing "God Bless the USA." As the United States embarks on a new chapter under Trump's leadership, the eyes of the world are fixed on America. With promises of liberation and change, the question now remains, how will this new era reshape the course of history? Bureau Report, NDTV World.
So executive orders have signed statements about how the president wants the federal government to be managed. These orders can be instructions to federal agencies or requests for reports. They can also lay out major policies. For example, former President Joe Biden signed an ordinance to create a structure for establishing regulations on artificial intelligence. Executive orders are also used by presidents to pursue agendas they haven't been able to or can't get through Congress. New presidents can issue orders to cancel the orders of their predecessors, and they often do that. Trump has already cancelled about 78 orders and actions signed by Joe Biden. According to the American Bar Association, the orders do not require congressional approval and can't be directly overturned by lawmakers. Despite appearing to wield a lot of power, there are some limitations to how far an executive order can go. Both Congress and the courts can potentially block executive orders. Congress can also deny funding to federal agencies and cripple the enforcement of an order.
All right, we'll keep getting you more news and updates. Well, it's time for a quick break here. More coming up on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
Hello and welcome to the best of the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland.
For 2 decades, NDTV has been a window to the world's greatest thinkers, leaders, Nobel laureates and stars at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland.
From Bill Gates to Shakira to Randy Zuckerberg to top ministers to what is often the biggest story, India, a global economic powerhouse. Conversations around our greatest challenges from AI to wars to sustainability. Join us, NDTV's Vishnu Shom and me, Neeraj Shah, as we engage with the world's finest. NDTV at Davos from January 20th to January 25th.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Kind attention, please. Delhi Election Metro 2025 is arriving on people's platform.
Please mind the gap.
BJP or AAP, who will get to the Delhi Secretariat station?
दरवाजे बाईं तरफ खुलेंगे.
Who will Delhi voters open the victory doors for? And who will be shown the door? Can the BJP throw AAP's victory run off track? Or will it be Kejriwal's ticket to win again? Can Congress take the election metro to revival? We will track it all for you. Delhi's decision destination.
Doors will open on the left.
Stay tuned to NDTV for mega metro poll coverage.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Aditi Bhardwaj, and let's take a look at the top stories that we are tracking here at this hour. In a historic first, BJP releases manifesto in 2 parts in Delhi elections. BJP announces scholarships for needy students. Aam Aadmi Party chief says BJP will stop free education instead of providing it. And Aam Aadmi Party versus BJP's epic war of words over Ramayana. BJP fires Chunavi Hindu jibe at Arvind Kejriwal. Aam Aadmi Party hits back, calls the allegations baseless. And in an exclusive interview with NDTV at Davos, Geeta Gopinath speaks to my colleague Vishnu Shom, says India is among fastest growing economies. India's rural sector consumption is strengthening. Day after Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin writes to India bloc chief ministers urging them to oppose UGC Draft Rules, Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan has presented a resolution in Assembly to oppose the rules. West Bengal government moves Calcutta High Court's division bench against the trial court's sentence in RG Kaur rape and murder case. Government seeks death penalty for the prime accused. Adani Group Chairman Gautam Adani visits Maha Kumbh, performs Seva at ISKCON Pandal, will perform Ganga Aarti in Prayagraj. And Mr. Gautam Adani is currently at the Maha Kumbh in Prayagraj, where he is performing several religious activities. He is on a spiritual journey in Prayagraj. At the ongoing Maha Kumbh Mela, lakhs of devotees are also being provided with Maha Prasad, thanks to the collaborative efforts of the Adani Group and the International Society for Krishna Consciousness, the ISKCON Group. This initiative aims to promote Sanatan Dharma and ensure that no pilgrim goes hungry during the sacred event. Currently, Mr. Gautam Adani is on board, will be performing Ganga Aarti. My colleague Ranveer is joining me for more on this. Ranveer, take us to the itinerary of Mr. Adani. We can see in the visuals he is at the ghat.
Mr. Adani and his family is at Sangam, and he'll take a holy dip at the joining place of Ganga, Yamuna and mythical Saraswati, and after taking dip, Mr. Adani will be visiting later Hanumanji temple, which is nearby to Sangam, and after praying Lord Hanuman, he will be visiting Gita Press camp near Anand Viman Mandapam and distribute few copies of Aarti Sangra. Adani Group joined hand with Gita Press to distribute 1 crore publications of Aarti Sangra in Mahakumbh area to the devotees who are coming from across India and different parts of the world. So initially, Mr. Adani arrived at ISKCON camp and he met few of the officials of ISKCON group and also distributed food, inspected the mega kitchen, which is sponsored by Adani Group, and it is serving around food to around 150,000 people per day. So for the entire Mela duration, it's around 45 days, and during this 45 days, 150,000 people will get food on a daily basis through Adani Group and ISKCON. So Mr. Adani visited the mega kitchen and his family also accompanied him. So after visiting that, he is now in boat near Sangam area and he'll take a holy dip. So this is a personal visit, a religious visit, and he is in Mahakumbh for a religious purpose, obviously. But during the Mahakumbh, Adani Group helped many devotees through free fooding, free transportation, and distribution of Aarti Sangra through Gita Press. So Adani Group, along with ISKCON and Gita Press, are giving some facilities to the devotees who are coming from across the world. So a huge gathering can be seen at the mega camps of mega kitchen of ISKCON and Adani Group, and there are more than 30 camps from where foods are being distributed. So big attempt of Adani Group to serve people during the religious mega activity of Mahakumbh in Prayagraj. So Adani Group chairman, his wife, both son Karan Adani and Jeet Adani, his daughter-in-law, along with other members of the family, they are here in Prayagraj, and he arrived at around 12:30 and visited the ISKCON camp and inspected the mega kitchen, distributed food to the devotees who are in the camp of ISKCON, and also met few of the people who are here in the Mahakumbh for religious purposes. So now the family is nearby Sangam, and they'll take a holy dip in Sangam area with the Ganga, Yamuna and mythical Saraswati. So this is very important because Adani Group is known for serving people, and they are helping people through 50 golf cart for transportation, and people who are needy, who need some vehicle, they are getting transportation facility free of cost through Adani Group. The devotees, 150,000 devotees get food on a free basis through ISKCON camps at 30 different locations, and also the devotees will get free of cost Aarti Sangra publications through Gita Press. So these are the initiatives taken by Adani Group, and the chairman of the company is here along with his family. It's a personal visit, but we saw a huge number of devotees were gathered at ISKCON camp also just to witness the Adani family because they are on a religious trip in Prayagraj in Maha Kumbh.
Right, Ranveer. The Adani Group's collaboration with ISKCON and Gita Press has become a cornerstone of the Maha Kumbh, setting a new benchmark for corporate involvement in religious and social services. Many devotees are hopeful that more business icons also, Ranveer, will take inspiration from this initiative and contribute to promote community welfare. Thank you so much, Ranveer, for bringing us those highlights of Mr. Adani's visit at Maha Kumbh. And in a historic first, viewers, BJP has released its manifesto in two parts this time. This has been done to put more focus on the promises that are being made by the BJP in the upcoming Delhi elections. The BJP released its second manifesto for the upcoming Delhi elections and promised to provide free education from kindergarten to postgraduate for needy students in government education institutes of the city if voted to power. Launching BJP's Sankalp Patra for Delhi Assembly elections, BJP MP Anurag Thakur said the party will provide to the youth of the city one-time financial assistance of 15,000 rupees for preparation of competitive examinations and reimburse two-time travel and application fees. These are the tall promises that are being made by the BJP. However, the Aam Aadmi Party was quick to hit out at the BJP, saying that education is already free in Delhi and the BJP will now stop free education for all if it comes to power. Also, today, Aam Aadmi Party National Convener Arvind Kejriwal likened the BJP to the golden deer which led to Sita's captivity, drawing parallels between Ramayana and the ruling party's election campaign. Listen in to the war of words coming in.
अब हमारी कल्पना ये है कि दिल्ली में सरकारी शिक्षण संस्थानों में जो जरूरतमंद छात्र हैं उनको पीजी से लेकर केजी से लेकर पीजी तक की मुफ्त शिक्षा देंगे। केजी से पीजी तक मुफ्त शिक्षा मिलेगी दिल्ली के जरूरतमंद छात्रों को सरकारी शैक्षिक संस्थानों में। जी हां, आपने ठीक सुना, केजी से पीजी तक मुफ्त शिक्षा प्रदान करेंगे जरूरतमंद छात्रों को सरकारी शैक्षिक संस्थानों में। ऑटो और टैक्सी ड्राइवरों के लिए हम ऑटो टैक्सी ड्राइवर वेलफेयर बोर्ड बनाएंगे, कल्याणकारी बोर्ड बनाएंगे और इसका गठन करने के बाद हम 10 लाख रुपए तक का जीवन बीमा और 5 लाख रुपए तक का दुर्घटना बीमा हम अपने टैक्सी ड्राइवर और ऑटो वाले भाइयों को देंगे, उनके बच्चों को प्रदान होगा। कहीं ईश्वर ना करे कोई ऐसी घटना घट जाए कि किसी की जान चली जाए तो उनके परिवार वालों को 10 लाख रुपए तक का जीवन बीमा मिल जाएगा, 5 लाख रुपए तक का दुर्घटना बीमा मिलेगा।
आज का इनका ये संकल्प पत्र है। इस संकल्प पत्र में ये लिख रहे हैं कि दिल्ली के स्कूलों में मिलने वाली फ्री शिक्षा को बंद कर दिया जाएगा। इसमें लिखा है सरकारी शिक्षण संस्थाओं में दिल्ली के जरूरतमंद छात्रों को मुफ्त शिक्षा दी जाएगी। स्कूलों में तो सबको मुफ्त शिक्षा मिल रही है, जरूरतमंदों को थोड़ी मिल रही है, सबको ही मिल रही है। तो इसका मतलब ये सबको अब मुफ्त शिक्षा बंद करके जरूरतमंदों को देंगे। इसका मतलब लोग इनके नेताओं के घर के चक्कर काटेंगे कि मेरा भी मुफ्त करा दो जी, मेरा भी मुफ्त करा दो जी। मैं दिल्ली के लोगों को चेतावनी देना चाहता हूं, ये बहुत खतरनाक पार्टी है।
And my colleague Ishika is joining me for more on this. Ishika, take us to the latest war of words on the education scheme that has been promised by the BJP.
Well, in fact, as you very rightly mentioned that today the BJP has in fact launched its part 2 of the manifesto for the Delhi election, and this has certainly sparked a fresh war of words between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party. Now, BJP in fact has announced that for all the needy students, it will be free education from KG to PG. Now, on this, Arvind Kejriwal has hit back and he has said that in fact education is already free in Delhi, but the BJP's motive is to stop that free education. Now, not just just this, if you look at the different other announcements that have been made by the BJP in this part 2, well, they have also promised welfare board for the auto rickshaw drivers and also for the domestic help, saying that, in fact, 10 lakh of life insurance will be provided by this welfare board, and also accident insurance or, in fact, vehicle insurance of rupees 5 lakh will be provided here. Not just that, for all those needy aspirants who are preparing for competitive examination, 15,000 rupees, a one-time sum has been promised by the BJP. Not just this, what was very interesting here is that BJP today has promised to bring an SIT against the Aam Aadmi Party government. So over that also now Arvind Kejriwal has hit back at the BJP, saying that it is now up to the people of Delhi to decide whether they will support, the politics of work or the politics of investigation. So certainly the war of words only intensifying after BJP has launched its Sankalp Patra Part 2. Over to you.
Right, Ishika, thank you so much for joining us. Stay with me as more controversy is trickling in this election. Well, now the controversy has also picked up pace in what Arvind Kejriwal, while quoting Ramayana, said during a rally in Delhi. Well, Arvind Kejriwal misquoted Ramayana and said that Ravan took form of a deer and lured Lord Ram to the forest during Ramayana. But the BJP was quick to launch a fact check against Arvind Kejriwal and said that AAP convener has misquoted and also insulted the Sanatan Dharma. However, Kejriwal is also hitting back at the BJP, saying, why is BJP so focused on Ravan?
हमारे धर्म को, हमारे सनातन को गाली देने का काम अरविंद केजरीवाल ने किया, अपमान करने का काम किया, हमारे रामायण चरित्रमानस की गलत व्याख्या करने का काम किया। कौन सा रावण हिरण उनके आता है जी, वो भी सोने का रावण। ये अभी तक सोने के मुंह से नहीं निकले, इनको शीश महल में सोने की आदत पड़ गई है। आज तक इनको सोना सोना दिखता है। और जिस तरह से इनकी नानी इनको बताती थी, क्या बताती थी हमें नहीं पता, लेकिन ये कहते थे राम मंदिर नहीं बनना चाहिए। आज चुनाव है तो चुनावी हिंदू बने हुए हैं। तो चुनावी हिंदू बनने का ये मतलब नहीं आप हमारे धर्म का मजाक उड़ाएंगे। तो इसलिए आज हमने उपवास किया है और दिल्ली वालों के लिए भी किया है, अपने धर्म के लिए किया और भगवान श्री राम न्याय करेंगे। कि अरविंद केजरीवाल चुनाव की राजनीति से जोड़ के इसको करते हैं।
And in an exclusive interview at the Davos, my colleague Vishnu Shom spoke to Geeta Gopinath, who details about India's growth story. Listen in.
I've gone through your latest report where you call it global growth divergent and uncertain, where you're saying that it's going to be 3.3% global growth both in 2025, 2026. That's below what the historical trend has been. What do you see as some of the primary headwinds impacting this?
Yeah, so Vishnu, first of all, a pleasure to join you. We see global growth holding steady at 3.3%, but as you mentioned, it's quite divergent. On the one hand, we see the US as quite strong.
Yeah.
We've been upgrading our forecasts. Well, on the other hand, Europe is somewhat weaker, and China also has its own challenges. Now, in terms of what countries need to do so that we have more balanced growth in the world, I think it's pretty country-specific, and it's going to vary country by country. In the case of China, there's a lot more they need to do on the property sector, bringing up domestic demand. In Europe, they have to take actions to raise productivity, get growth going, and so on. So, at the same time, there are a lot of developments on the external front when it comes to geopolitical tensions, trade policy in the world. And that's something that governments around the world will have to, deal with.
Right. Well, we were looking at, you've also obviously mentioned India. It is a very large growing economy, but your words are cautionary, I would say. Growth in India also slowed more than expected, led by a sharper than expected deceleration in industrial activity. A couple of years back, we were well above 7%. The target has always been 8% plus. What does India need to do to get back to those 8% plus levels?
Yeah. I mean, firstly, just to put things in perspective, India remains the fastest growing major economy in the world at 6.5%.
Yeah.
Now, the growth is lower than what we had initially expected, and that reflects the fact that in the second half of last year, 2024, we saw a slower start to public investment following the elections. Now, we expect that to bounce back, which is going to bring back some of the recovery. We're also seeing the rural sector consumption strengthening, which is something that we had expected that it would. But more generally, in terms of getting growth to higher levels on a more durable basis, I mean, India will have to continue to do some of the things it's doing, which is public infrastructure investment, keep at it, make sure that the timelines are met, improve the ease of doing business. You know, being able to buy and sell land should be an easier job than what it is right now, and plugging India back into the global supply chain in a much more stronger way, which will require, you know, cutting back some of the tariffs that they have, which are quite high.
Yeah. The target for India, of course, is to become a $10 trillion economy, to become developed, I think, by 2047. The first target of $10 trillion in terms of the Indian economy, do you believe that's achievable in the finite future?
For 2047 is a long way off.
Yes.
And the world is not remaining stationary. There's lots that happen.
Sure.
Again, it is one of those, it's a good aspiration to have, and it's going to take much bigger structural reforms than what we've seen in the last decade.
Maha Kumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Maha Kumbh 2025.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
Hello and welcome to the best of the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland.
For 2 decades, NDTV has been a window to the world's greatest thinkers, leaders, Nobel laureates and stars at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland.
From Bill Gates to Shakira to Randy Zuckerberg to top ministers to what is often the biggest story, India, a global economic powerhouse. Conversations around our greatest challenges from AI to wars to sustainability. Join us, NDTV's Vishnu Shom and me, Neeraj Shah, as we engage with the world's finest. NDTV at Davos from January 20th to January 25th.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Kind attention, please. Delhi Election Metro 2025 is arriving on People's Platform.
Please mind the gap.
BJP or AAP, who will get to the Delhi Secretariat station?
दरवाजे बाईं तरफ खुलेंगे.
Who will Delhi voters open the victory doors for? And who will be shown the door? Can the BJP throw AAP's victory run off track? Or will it be Kejriwal's ticket to win again? Can Congress take the election metro to revival? We will track it all for you. Delhi's decision destination.
doors will open on the left.
Stay tuned to NDTV for Mega Metro poll coverage.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Maha Kumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Maha Kumbh 2025.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens.
The World Economic Forum is an opportunity for leaders across the world, thinkers and so many others to reflect on some of the most pressing issues of the times. And let's face it, these are fairly difficult times. There's climate, which is a huge concern. There is conflict, which is going on. There are trade issues and economic issues. But there are also incredible opportunities, for example, artificial intelligence. We've got a very special, a wonderful guest with us, Geeta Gopinath. Great to have you with us once again, the first Deputy Managing Director of the IMF. I've gone through your latest report where you call it global growth divergent and uncertain, where you're saying that it's going to be 3.3% global growth both in 2025, 2026. That's below what the historical trend has been. What do you see as some of the primary headwinds impacting this?
Yeah, so Vishnu, first of all, a pleasure to join you. We see global growth holding steady at 3.3%, but as you mentioned, it's quite divergent. On the one hand, we see the US as quite strong.
Yeah.
We've been upgrading our forecasts. Well, on the other hand, Europe is somewhat weaker, and China also has its own challenges. Now, in terms of what countries need to do so that we have more balanced growth in the world, I think it's pretty country specific, and it's going to vary country by country. In the case of China, there's a lot more they need to do on the property sector, bringing up domestic demand. In Europe, they have to take actions to raise productivity, get growth going, and so on. So at the same time, there are a lot of developments on the external front when it comes to geopolitical tensions, trade policy in the world. And that's something that governments around the world will have to, deal with.
Right. Well, we were looking at, you've also obviously mentioned India. It is a very large growing economy, but your words are cautionary, I would say. Growth in India also slowed more than expected, led by a sharper than expected deceleration in industrial activity. A couple of years back, we were well above 7%. The target has always been 8% plus. What does India need to do to get back to those 8% plus levels?
Yeah. I mean, firstly, just to put things in perspective, India remains the fastest growing major economy in the world at 6.5%.
Yeah.
Now, the growth is lower than what we had initially expected, and that reflects the fact that in the second half of last year, 2024, we saw a slower start to public investment following the elections. Now, we expect that to bounce back, which is going to bring back some of the recovery. We're also seeing the rural sector consumption strengthening, which is something that we had expected that it would. But more generally, in terms of getting growth to higher levels on a more durable basis, I mean, India will have to continue to do some of the things it's doing, which is public infrastructure investment, keep at it, make sure that the timelines are met, improve the ease of doing business. Being able to buy and sell land should be an easier job than what it is right now, and plugging India back into the global supply chain in a much more stronger way, which will require, cutting back some of the tariffs that they have, which are quite high.
Yeah. The target for India, of course, is to become a $10 trillion economy, to become developed, I think, by 2047. The first target of $10 trillion in terms of the Indian economy, do you believe that's achievable in the finite future?
For 2047 is a long way off.
Yes.
And the world is not remaining stationary. There's lots that happening.
Sure.
Again, it is one of those, it's a good aspiration to have, and it's going to take much bigger structural reforms than what we've seen in the last decade.
The United States you've also written about, you know, you've said in the report that underlying demand remains robust in the United States, reflects the strong wealth effects, less restrictive monetary policy stance. With the new Trump administration coming into power, do you see a real consolidation of the US economy?
So, firstly, I think the US economy has been powering along for a few years now. US consumers are spending at a very healthy pace. The labor market is strong. Productivity growth has been actually surprisingly very good in the US. Now, what will come in the next few years depends on the details of the new administration. President Trump has announced a range of measures. We're going to have to analyze it. They're on multiple fronts, in immigration, on trade. So it's a little premature to comment on how that would work. I think what we already see is a lot of positive sentiment in the US. The stock market is doing extremely well. And, you know, the US is now the most popular destination for foreign direct investment. It's getting a lot of foreign capital coming in.
Yeah. Tariffs is something which, from the United States, it certainly concerns us in India as well. I was speaking to Nadir Godrej yesterday, where he said that, you know, in the field of agriculture, that could be an area of concern. With the new Trump administration, do you believe that tariffs could be, you know, problematic in terms of countries like India?
Again, it's going to depend on the details of how they decide what kinds of tariffs to impose, the magnitudes of these tariffs, and of course also we need to see the reaction of countries to it. Now, what we have seen in the past, of course, there is a unbridled tariff war with countries imposing tariffs in retaliation, it does leave the world worse off. But for now, I think we should wait and see exactly what those tariffs may look like.
China, of course, the other huge economy, and you've written, and I quote, faster than expected net export growth only partly offset a faster than expected slowdown in consumption. What are the primary, how would you look at the China story? There is also the property market and stabilization of the property market. Has that been up to scratch or up to your expectations?
Yeah. Wait, Vishnu, in the case of China, domestic demand has remained weak. Consumer demand has remained weak, and that's one area where the Chinese government is focused on to try and bring back consumption spending. They've done a whole host of measures, including on the fiscal front and on monetary policy front, which is why we've upgraded the forecast for China for a little bit this year. But more is going to be needed to...
Breaking news coming in of actor Saif Ali Khan, who has finally been discharged after 6 days of being at the Lilavati hospital. He suffered multiple injuries in a scuffle that broke out at his residence on early Thursday morning at about 2:30 in the morning. He was rushed to the hospital. Do remember he took an auto rickshaw along with his younger son Taimur, and he reached the hospital at about 3 in the morning. It was at about 5:30 in the morning that his surgeries started. It was the first neurosurgery, followed by plastic surgery that needed to be performed on his neck and his arm. But it was, of course, you know, the wound that he sustained in his back very close to his spinal cord, which was of concern because that was the wound that was deeper than the other injuries that he sustained. He had, do remember, 6 injuries in all. So it was the leakage of the spinal cord fluid that needed to be fixed, and of course also plastic surgery that was done on his arm and his neck. So 6 injuries in all, but finally the actor has been discharged, and of course his wife Kareena Kapoor Khan along with him. We have Abira joining us from right outside the Lilavati hospital. Well, Abira, take us through, you know, this. Finally the actor has been discharged. Of course he's been doing really well. That's what the doctors have been saying. We were expecting that he would get discharged perhaps sooner, because initially the doctors did suggest it would take about 2 to 3 days, but all in all, 1 week of bed rest is what was advised by the doctors to the actor, and now finally after 6 days he gets to go home.
He's still inside. He has... Formalities are still on, and Kareena has just left the hospital. He's still inside, and Sarah has left the hospital, but we know that his mother is still inside. He has not left the hospital yet. It is being said that there are few more formalities that are left, so we are still waiting for him to come out. But right now, we just saw Kareena Kapoor Khan leaving with her security. We have seen few bodyguards still standing inside. The security has been, of course, heightened inside. There are a lot of police personnel standing there, waiting for that moment when Saif Ali Khan will step out. We don't know if he will be waving at the fans or the people who are all standing outside. There are fans, there's media standing outside. But we know that for a fact that in some time, any time now, he will be expected to come out with his mother and leave home. It is being said that he is going to Fortune Heights, but there have been no such confirmation from his team or his family. Fortune Heights is the house that is in the same lane as Satguru, just like 500 meters away from the house, Satguru, and that was their old house where they used to live there, and later they shifted to Satguru. So it is being said that right now, after he gets discharged, he'll be taken to Fortune Heights.
Right, so of course, perhaps he's not, of course, going to the residence where the scuffle broke out, his official residence. Perhaps another residence that, Saif and Kareena own is where they will be going to. Remember that it is still under investigation. And today is the day when the Mumbai police took the attacker to recreate the crime scene back at the Satguru Sharan building. That is where the scuffle that broke out at the actor's residence. So they did take the attacker at about 5:30 in the morning in order to recreate the crime scene. They also, after that, took him to the Bandra railway station. Do remember he was seen outside the Bandra railway station as well. So they did recreate the scene. 19 fingerprints of the attacker have now been obtained by the police in this particular case. And of course, many questions being asked as to how did he manage to get inside. From what we are hearing really from sources is that he managed to, get inside from the bathroom window from where he entered and exited. There was a duct shaft, and then he also used a ladder in order to enter the building from the duct. And those are those details that are perhaps emerging from sources. And of course, the Mumbai police are yet to make a statement in regard to what really happened in order to connect the dots, and that is what they are doing at the moment. Do remember that the police has 5 days custody of the attacker. Those visuals on your screen of Kareena Kapoor Khan, who has just left the Lilavati hospital just minutes ago, and now within minutes from now, it will be the actor Saif Ali Khan, who is inside Lilavati hospital at this moment, along with his mother Sharmila Tikor, will be leaving the Lilavati hospital after spending 6 days in Lilavati hospital. Do remember it was the wee hours of Thursday morning when he reached the Lilavati hospital in an auto rickshaw along with his son Taimur, and that is at about 3 o'clock in the morning. The scuffle that broke out at about 2:30 in the morning at his residence when he was trying to pacify this man who had broken into their residence. Do remember it was a nanny who got suspicious of a shadow when she did check upon who really it was. At first she did think it was perhaps Kareena Kapoor who was checking in on her children. This was a room where the children were sleeping, and there were nannies sleeping as well. But we have my colleague Anuj joining us. Anuj, take us through what is the real, what is the police saying as far as the investigation is concerned. We do know that about 5:30 in the morning is the time, in the wee hours when the police took the attacker to the residence of the actor, obtained about 19 fingerprints. They spent about an hour at the residence. But from there on, where all have they taken the attacker?
Zoom in, I'll get back to that in a short while, but one can see that Kareena Kapoor Khan has just entered Satguru Sharan apartments. She left the hospital, Lilavati hospital, a while back, not more than 10 minutes ago, and the hospital is not too far away from the residence here of Saif Ali Khan, and we've seen that her vehicle, it was her with the police officer sitting inside the vehicle, and we also had a bodyguard sitting there, and Kareena Kapoor has reached Satguru Sharan apartment. What is more interesting to see is that they have entered the Satguru Sharan apartment and not Fortune Heights, and that probably gives away that this might be the place where Saif Ali Khan might also come. However, one can see that there have been no special arrangements which have been put in place. One cannot really see the heightened security which Abira talked about at the Lilavati hospital. hospital to be present either in Satguru, either at Satguru Sharan apartments or in the Fortune Heights, which is not more than 50 meters away from the older building. But talking about the investigation and the kind of route that it is following at the moment, we see that this scene recreation, the crime scene recreation, took place in the early hours of the morning today. It was going to happen yesterday, but then the police wanted to, have it in probably a similar sort of a setting when the crime took place. And even after that, we saw that multiple police teams came down here to Satguru apartments, Satguru Sharan apartments, to do a recce. We also had the senior police officials here from the Bandra police station who were present here, looking at the basement, looking at the parking area, looking at the staircase. Even after the crime scene had been recreated in the early hours of the morning. So this clearly tells us that the police wants to get down to the finer details into understanding how is it that the person in question here, the accused, made his way through to Saif's house on the 11th floor. We also noted a while back that there were several workers who are still working on the 11th floor. And when you look at this apartment, one can see that the balcony area, which is there in the forefront of the house, seems to be the more vulnerable area, right? It is only covered by a pigeon net. And since last hour and a half, there has been construction, or rather drilling work that has been happening there. So it probably hints that the 11th floor and the 12th floor, which belongs to Saif Ali Khan, might be covered for good, especially as a precautionary measure after the attack.
Anuj, let's just cut across to the Lilavati hospital, and that's where our colleague Abira is. Abira, initially we thought that Saif Ali Khan has perhaps left from the Lilavati hospital, but it was actually his wife Kareena Kapoor Khan who's now also reached their residence, which is hardly 2 kilometers away. So Kareena Kapoor has reached the Satguru Sharan building, but it is the actor who continues to be inside Lilavati hospital. Any minute now is when we can expect the actor Saif Ali Khan to be discharged from the hospital. Just the last minute paperwork that is being carried out before the actor can finally go home. So Abira, from what we do know is that Kareena Kapoor Khan has reached the Satguru Sharan building, so perhaps they are going home.
Yes, absolutely. Hopefully they are going home back to Satguru where they stay. Right now, Saif continues to be inside, and at any moment he's expected to come outside. And his mother, Sharmila Tagore, is also still inside with him. We are hoping both mother and son will come out together and leave to go for Satguru. Right now outside, you can see fans outside, media outside, just waiting for some kind of response from Saif once he comes out. His fans have been worried and have been, waiting for some kind of statement from the family. The last statement we heard from Kareena saying that, they have gone through a traumatic events in the past few days, and they want some space, and they have requested media to give them that kind of space. But nothing more on the health updates. We just know what the doctor said, that he is doing fine, and they had told us that we will only discharge him if he recovers well. The recovery depends how well he's recovering. On basis of that, they are discharging him, but he will be on complete bed rest because the surgery on his back was a major surgery. The neurologist in the Lilavati hospital did the surgery on him, where the 2.5-inch knife entered his back, but the doctor said by just 2 millimeter he got saved. The knife didn't touch his spinal cord, though there was a spinal fluid leak that happened, but the surgeons immediately took care of him. The surgery went on for 5 hours, which also included the plastic surgeons taking care of the wound in the neck as well as 3 wounds on his hand. But thankfully the good news is that he's doing well, and today is the day when he will be discharged and will be going back home anytime soon now. So we are just waiting for him to leave the hospital. There are last few formalities that are left. Kareena has already left the hospital and reached Satguru. Now we are just waiting for Saif to leave the hospital.
Right, Saif Ali Khan, who is inside. Abira, who else is inside the hospital? We do know that only family members were allowed to see Saif Ali Khan because there were strict orders from the doctors because there's a risk as far as infection is concerned, which is why he was asked to avoid visitors at all costs. And of course, bed rest is what they have suggested for a matter of a week. That is what we had heard in the press conference by the doctors attending on the actor. And now, the visuals that you see on your screen of Kareena Kapoor Khan, who left the Lilavati hospital. She's also reached her residence, and that is is where the actor will be going, is what we are guessing, because we do know that the investigation is still underway. The recreation of the crime scene took place early this morning when the Mumbai police took the attacker to the residence of the actor in the morning at about 5:30. They spent about 1 hour at the residence in order to, basically connect the dots to know how exactly he came in, what was the modus of operandi, how did he get inside the apartment, what is it that he did while he was there, how long was he inside. From there, of course, they also took him to the Bandra railway station because the police, do remember, had caught a glimpse of him. That is what they had heard, and they had seen, as far as CCTV footage is concerned, that he perhaps could have been at the Bandra railway station. So, the recreation of the crime scene has taken place early this morning. What we do know is that the actor will be discharged any minute now. He is inside with his mother, Sharmila Tikor, who has been going to the hospital every morning and has been spending the whole day with her son. The actor's wife there, Kareena Kapoor Khan, right outside the Lilavati hospital just minutes ago before she left for her residence. Now she has reached her building. That is where the actor is meant to perhaps reach. They are, Abira, we're not very sure if Kareena Kapoor Khan has just gone to collect maybe some, clothes and some articles for Saif Ali Khan before they actually shift to Fortune Heights, because from what we do know is that she's been living at her sister's residence all this while.
Absolutely, we have not been told by the family or by the team that where is he after getting discharged. Where is he going? Is he going to Fortune Heights or Satguru? So we have to wait and watch. Maybe Kareena Kapoor Khan has right now gone to get the essentials that Saif needs before getting discharged. But for now, she has reached her house in Satguru, and we are just waiting here for Saif to get discharged. Right now, we know that Sharmila ji is inside. We have also seen Saif Ali Khan going inside today morning, but she has already left the hospital. Right now, we only have Sharmila Tagore inside with her son. So these are the two people right now, and of course, his team is inside, who is constantly guarding the entrance, as well as whenever their car leaves, they run with the car till outside so that the media doesn't bother them or come in front of the car, or the fans don't come in front of them trying to take pictures of them. So there's a huge security outside the entrance near the lobby of the hospital. There's police there, there's bodyguards there, all standing just waiting for Saif to leave the hospital.
We also have Anuj joining us from right outside the building of actors Kareena Kapoor and Saif Ali Khan. Let's just cut across to Gautam Adani, who is at the Maha Kumbh. Let's listen in.
बनाई हुई है तो मैं सच्चे दिल से प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी और मुख्यमंत्री योगी जी ये अपने सब भारतवासियों की तरफ से मैं उनको धन्यवाद दूंगा, और उत्तर प्रदेश का प्रशासन एंड खास करके पुलिस कर्मचारी, सफाईगण, जिस तरह से इतने करोड़ों की तादाद के अंदर लोग यहाँ आते हैं और जिस तरह से व्यवस्था रखी हुई है, ये मेरे हिसाब से मैनेजमेंट इंस्टीट्यूट और कॉर्पोरेट हाउस के लिए भी एक रियली संशोधन का विषय है।
प्रयागराज में आए हैं, यहाँ से क्या कुछ लेकर के जाएंगे? लोग यहाँ से गंगा जल लेकर के जाते हैं त्रिवेणी संगम पर।
ऐसा है कि माँ गंगा का आशीर्वाद लेना, उससे ज़्यादा कुछ नहीं है।
सर, एक महाकुंभ तो हो गया, बताया जा रहा है कि जीत की शादी है, तो क्या उसमें भी देश दुनिया से लोगों का एक महाकुंभ आएगा? क्या क्या तैयारियां हैं?
नहीं, देखो ऐसा है, जीत की शादी 7 फरवरी को है। देखो मेरा उछेर और एक्चुअली हमारी कार्यशैली जो है एक कॉमन पर्सन की तरह है, सामान्य वर्ग की तरह है, और जीत की शादी में यहाँ जीत भी आया था तो वो माँ गंगा का आशीर्वाद लेने ही आया था। और जीत की जो शादी है बहुत ट्रेडिशनल की तरह से, बहुत सिंपल और ट्रेडिशनल वे पे होने वाली है।
क्या सेलिब्रिटीज और जाने माने अधिकारी भी आएंगे वहाँ से?
क्या वो सेलिब्रिटीज का महाकुंभ होने वाला है, ऐसा समझ सकते हैं?
बिल्कुल नहीं होगा, ये बहुत ट्रेडिशनल वे पे फैमिली के अंदर ही होने वाली है शादी।
सर एक सवाल और है, आप उत्तर प्रदेश काफ़ी बार आए हैं, आपका काफ़ी बिजनेस इंटरेस्ट भी है यहाँ पे, एक बार फिर आप यहाँ पे रिलीजियस रीजन की वजह से, तो हाउ इज इट टू बी इन उत्तर प्रदेश?
नहीं, जो ऐसा है कि उत्तर प्रदेश में जो अपॉर्चुनिटी है वो बहुत ज़्यादा है। इतनी 25-27 करोड़ की आबादी है और डेवलपमेंट की जिस दिशा में उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार काम कर रही है उसमें अदानी ग्रुप का कंटिन्यूसली योगदान रहेगा। तो हम लोग कमिटेड है उत्तर प्रदेश में ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा इन्वेस्टमेंट करें।
थैंक यू सो मच।
थैंक यू सो मच सर। थैंक यू। Reporters be down.
In the seva at the Maha Kumbh while offering prayers, and this is just in the run-up to the wedding in the family that Gautam Adani has now clarified will be a very close-knit affair, a very family affair is what Gautam Adani has spoken about. He's of course thanked the Prime Minister and the Chief Minister as far as the arrangements are concerned, lauding the efforts that are being put in by the officials on the ground in regard to the Maha Kumbh Mela, which is on till the 26th of February. Of course, Gautam Adani there, who got there early this morning, reached the Maha Kumbh and participated in the Prasad. He also helped in cooking the Prasad and serving the Prasad. Do remember the Adani Group in collaboration with ISKCON has been serving meals to 1 lakh people, 1 lakh devotees every single day from the very start of the Maha Kumbh this year. And let's just cut across to Lilavati Hospital, where actor Saif Ali Khan is expected to be discharged any minute now. We have my colleagues Abira as well as Anuj joining us. Of course, Kareena Kapoor Khan has reached her residence. She was at the Lilavati Hospital. Visuals on your screen of when she did leave the hospital just minutes ago and reached her residence. The distance is all of 2 kilometers. It's a very short distance. Let's just go across to Abira, who's from joining us right outside. She's standing outside the Lilavati Hospital. Abira, take us through the kind of arrangements that are in place. What kind of security do you see? Because the actor is going to get discharged and be out any minute now.
The only way that we can understand if Saif Ali Khan is going to come out or not is through the security. The moment the security gets tightened, that means either Kareena is coming out and getting into the car, or today, like we know, Saif is getting discharged. Right now, the security is heightened outside, just outside the lobby. We are outside the gate right now. The security is outside the lobby. There is police there. There are bodyguards there, all standing in every direction. Saif Ali Khan is still inside. Sharmila Tagore is still inside and is expected any time now. The last documentation is formalities are being completed. Kareena, like you know, already has left and already reached home. We are hoping that they are leaving from here. Both the mother and son will leave from here and go to Satguru itself. This is what we know right now. But he has been advised complete rest. Last time I spoke to the doctor, that is today morning. When I messaged them, they said that he is doing fine and will be discharged today. Yesterday they had told me he's recovering well. And also in the PC, you heard it, that they said he is recovering well, but only on the how well he is recovering, we will discharge him. So we are guessing if the doctors have decided to discharge him today, that means he's doing great. But still, he's on complete bed rest for the next 1 week.
Right, so of course the actor has been advised bed rest and to avoid visitors in order to avoid any sort of infection. We have Anuj joining us from right outside the residence of the actor. Anuj, take us through what about the security measures that are being taken outside the residence of the actor? Is there extra security that you see in place?
No special security measures taken since morning till now, but one can see that police vehicles have started entering this particular area, right? Well, you can see a police van coming, and then the police vehicle which is standing in front of which one can see on the screen. These are the vehicles which have arrived just now. From morning till now, there was not really any presence of the police except for on multiple occasions, on 3 to 4 occasions, when special police teams from the Bandra police station made their way to Satguru apartment, just in order to make sure that a follow-up rather to the recreation of the crime scene that took place. But the presence of the police van and the police vehicles outside the Satguru apartment suggests that Saif will be brought here anytime soon. More importantly, we noted and we also reported that Kareena Kapoor Khan made her way to Satguru Sharan apartment just a while back. But she also left the apartment in moments, right? Her vehicle left the apartment, and after Kareena Kapoor Khan left Satguru Sharan, that is when Karishma Kapoor, her sister, came in. So it's that they are looking and trying to coordinate on whether things are fine here in this apartment for Saif to be brought here. Kareena's car, which is a white colored car, entered the Satguru Sharan apartment just a few moments back. But one could not really, we could not really spot if Kareena was sitting inside it. What we do know for a fact is that Kareena did come to Satguru Sharan apartment, close to 10 minutes ago, but then left moments after coming to this place. So it seems that both the sisters, that is Karishma and Kareena, along with their respective teams, are trying to coordinate and are trying to have a look at the arrangements being made here at the Satguru Sharan apartment, because we are also noting that the police presence is also increasing here, in this area, in this Car West area, which suggests that the actor might be brought here very soon. It is important to note, as Abira has also been highlighting it for quite some time, the distance between Satguru Sharan apartment and the older apartment of Saif Ali Khan is not too much at all. It's literally a 50-meter distance. They are only separated by another building or by a single street. So even if the family chooses to keep the actor in the older house or in the newer house, the security arrangements would still be the same, given the fact that the locality is still the same. Back to the studio.
Right, of course, perhaps Kareena Kapoor had come to gather some belongings before shifting to their older residence. And of course, this is the place where the incident that took place, the scuffle that took place. Abira joining us from right outside Lilavati Hospital. Abira, over to you. Take us through, what's really happening outside Lilavati right now, because we do know that the actor and his mother are inside Lilavati Hospital. So Sharmila Tagore and Saif Ali Khan are expected to walk out any minute now.
The outside the hospital, it's getting busier because there are fans who are coming outside the gate and standing. Of course, the media, we all have been waiting for Saif Ali Khan to leave the hospital. What we know right now is Saif Ali Khan can come out any moment now. Sharmila Tagore, his mother, is still inside with him. She had made it a ritual to come in every morning and leave only in the evening. She was by his side throughout the day, and Kareena would come in and out throughout the day. But right now there is security inside, there's police, there are bodyguards all standing near the lobby waiting for the actor to come out. We don't know if he will interact with the media or even if he'll wave at the media, or how will it be. So we are all waiting here just to have a glimpse of him after the attack, because none of us have seen him. We have only spoken to the doctors who have said he's doing well, but the fans would love to have a view of their favorite actor who is still inside. The last formalities are taking place. Like you said, Kareena went home and she left from there. We have not seen her coming into the hospital yet. Maybe any time she would come in again, like you said, maybe for essentials. We still have to wait and watch what is happening, but there's a lot going on here right now.
Right, Abira, we can see the commotion right outside the residence and the Lilavati hospital. Any minute now, the actor is expected to come out. He is with his mother. Do remember that he'd gone with his little son, Temur. 8-year-old Temur had taken him to the hospital in an auto rickshaw. And now arrangements are being made to get the actor back home. Will he be going back to Satguru Sharan building, or will he be going to Fortune Heights is the big question. But we will keep tracking the story. The actor about to get discharged minutes from now. We're slipping into a short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Producer Dilraju, his house has been raided, and so have other, his offices and the residence of his relatives as well. And this is after his film has done exceedingly well. And it is the states versus the centre as far as the UGC Draft Rules is concerned. And MK Stalin and Pinarayi Vijayan all asking for other chief ministers to join in their opposition against the UGC draft. And it's Saif Ali Khan, the actor who's about to get discharged from the hospital. The cops recreated the crime scene early this morning at 5:30. They've taken the attacker to his residence. And it's Arvind Kejriwal who has misquoted the Ramayana. The BJP there attacking Arvind Kejriwal for saying that it was Ravan who had disguised himself as a golden deer in order to lure Sita.
Hello and welcome to the best of the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland.
For 2 decades, NDTV has been a window to the world's greatest thinkers, leaders, Nobel laureates and stars at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland.
From Bill Gates to Shakira to Randy Zuckerberg to top ministers to what is often the biggest story, India, a global economic powerhouse. Conversations around our greatest challenges from AI to wars to sustainability. Join us, NDTV's Vishnu Shom and me, Neeraj Shah, as we engage with the world's finest. NDTV at Davos from January 20th to January 25th.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Kind attention, please. Delhi Election Metro 2025 is arriving on People's Platform.
Please mind the gap.
BJP or AAP, who will get to the Delhi Secretariat station?
दरवाजे बाईं तरफ खुलेंगे.
Who will Delhi voters open the victory doors for? And who will be shown the door? Can the BJP throw AAP's victory run off track? Or will it be Kejriwal's ticket to win again? Can Congress take the election metro to revival? We will track it all for you. Delhi's decision destination.
Doors will open on the left.
Stay tuned to NDTV for mega metro poll coverage.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Maha Kumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival.
Bollywood actor Saif Ali Khan has been discharged from Lilavati Hospital. He is expected to leave from the hospital shortly. He has been discharged after 5 days.
In a historic first, BJP has released the manifesto in part. Part 2 of BJP's Delhi manifesto has been released. BJP announces scholarship for needy students. Aam Aadmi Party says BJP is planning to stop free education in Delhi if it comes back to power. Aam Aadmi Party versus BJP face-off erupts over Ramayana. BJP has fired electoral Hindu attack at the Aam Aadmi Party. AAP says BJP is scared. It's an NDTV exclusive from Davos with IMF Deputy MD Geeta Gopinath. Gopinath says India is among the fastest growing economies and India's rural sector consumption is only strengthening. Kerala, Tamil Nadu oppose UGC draft rules. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin has written to India bloc chief ministers. Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan had openly presented the resolution in assembly to oppose the UGC draft rules. West Bengal government moves Calcutta High Court against the trial court sentence in RG rape and murder case. Government seeks death penalty for the convict Sanjay Roy. And Adani Group Chairman Gautam Adani visits Maha Kumbh with his family, offers seva at ISKCON Pandal Ganga Puja at Prayagraj. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kitty Bahel. We have visuals of Bollywood actor Saif Ali Khan coming in. He's expected to leave from the hospital shortly. He's been discharged from Lilavati Hospital after 5 days. These are latest visuals that have come in. Remember, Kareena Kapoor had left from the hospital. She was seen leaving from the hospital just a while back. She's gone back to her residence, but actor Saif Ali Khan, he's been discharged from the hospital. This comes 5 days after he was seriously injured in a knife attack during a burglary attempt at his Bandra home, and he is yet to exit the hospital. His mother, Sharmila Tagore, is with him as the discharge formalities are taking place at the moment. Actor Kareena Kapoor Khan and Saif Ali Khan's wife was at the hospital, but she left for home a short while back. What looks like at the moment is that Sharmila Tagore is going to be accompanying Saif Ali Khan to their house, but also details coming in at the moment. We are learning that the doctors have advised complete bed rest to Saif Ali Khan for a week, and he's also been asked not to receive any visitors to prevent any infection. He is going to be on bed rest even when he goes back home. All right, I'm being told we have my colleague Anuj also now joining us on the broadcast. We have Abira as well from Lilavati Hospital with us on the broadcast. If I could go to Anuj first. Anuj, what is happening at the moment? We are being told that Saif Ali Khan has already been discharged, but he's yet to leave from the hospital. What is happening there? Are the formalities done already?
I am present here at the residence of Saif Ali Khan, and one can see that the police presence here is increased from what it was in the morning. We saw that when the scene recreation, the crime scene recreation took place, in the early morning hours. After that, several police teams came here to, have a look at this place once again as a follow-up to the procedure in the morning. And after that, the constant police presence which we thought would be there was absent. But just a while back, in the last half an hour, there has been a lot of action outside Satguru Sharan. A few important things to note, that there are two houses belonging to Saif Saif Ali Khan here. One is Satguru Sharan and the other is Fortune Heights. The difference or the distance between both these houses is not more than 50 meters. And one can see that the police presence is very thick outside Satguru Sharan, which suggests that Saif will be coming to this house only and not to his older house. Another important thing to note here is that his wife, Kareena Kapoor Khan and Karishma Kapoor, also made their way to Satguru Sharan. And of course, we saw that Kareena came, then she left again, and then she came again. And it seems that both the sisters and their teams are trying to coordinate with those in the hospital just to see whether the security arrangements here from the police are fine. They're also probably also keeping a watch on, the kind of reception that they'll get from the media as well, because the number of people present here and the media personnel is increasing every second moment, and the Khan family would definitely be, trying to make sure that they are given their bit of privacy and their bit of space when Saif Ali Khan comes here. So all of these things have been looked into, especially by Kareena Kapoor and Karishma Kapoor at the moment. But what we know from the hospital is that the discharge has taken place, but there are still few more formalities to take place. Something that Abira would be able to tell us more about as she is in the hospital.
Let's take that update from Abira here. Abira, you are outside the Lilavati hospital. Kareena Kapoor was seen leaving from the hospital a while back. What's happening now? How long will it take for Saif Ali Khan? He has already been discharged, but when is he expected to leave from the hospital?
I just spoke to the team, Saif Ali Khan's team, and they confirmed that he will be leaving between 3:30 and 4. So we are expecting him to come out of the hospital with his mother between 3:30 and 4 o'clock. That's what the latest update is. His team has updated this, that he will be leaving the hospital between 3 and 4. Right now, I am at the exit gate of the hospital. If I can show you, there is a lot of security outside the hospital. There is a police force standing near the lobby. There is bodyguards outside the lobby. They are all guarding that place because they know anytime now Saif Ali Khan will be stepping outside with his mother, and of course they will need this kind of security. There are fans standing outside the gates to just have just a view of their favorite actor. If you can see on the other side of the road, people are standing. This is what is happening outside Lilavati. There's a lot of action here right now, but everything is going to happen between 3:30 and 4. So we are eagerly waiting right now. Anytime now he'll be stepping out and will be going to Satguru. You can see the more police officials coming in. They are checking every entry, exit. We still don't know if Kareena Kapoor Khan will come back to the hospital to take Saif Ali Khan, but for now she's not here in the hospital. It's only Saif Ali Khan with his mother inside the hospital, finishing the last few formalities, and after that he will be heading home after 5 days of staying in the hospital.
All right, Abira. Well, latest updates now coming in. Saif Ali Khan is expected to leave from the hospital in just a bit from now. However, as per latest details, we're learning that's going to take place between 3:30 p.m. and 4 p.m. What is also being learned is that CCTV cameras have been installed at actors' residence. This comes just days after the knife attack that took place on Saif Ali Khan, and there have been serious security lapses as there were no surveillance cameras installed in the area. He was stabbed multiple times by an intruder at his home who also managed to escape after this attack. So now security is being strengthened at Saif Ali Khan's residence. Kareena Kapoor has already left from the hospital, and Saif Ali Khan is expected to leave in a bit from now. We'll go back to our reporters in just a bit and try and get more details as updates come in. Meanwhile, shifting our focus now to the Delhi poll fight. It's a big Aam Aadmi Party versus BJP fight brewing ahead of the Delhi polls. The BJP released its second manifesto for the upcoming Delhi election and has promised to provide free education from kindergarten to PG for needy students in government education institutes of the city if voted to power. Launching BJP Sankalp Patra for Delhi Assembly polls, BJP MP Anurag Thakur said that the party will provide to the youth of the city one-time financial assistance of 15,000 rupees for preparation of competitive exams and reimburse two-time travel and application fee. Well, now the Aam Aadmi Party has hit out at the BJP, saying that education is already free in Delhi, and the BJP wants to stop free education if it comes to power.
अब हमारी कल्पना ये है कि दिल्ली में सरकारी शिक्षण संस्थानों में जो जरूरतमंद छात्र हैं उनको पीजी से लेकर केजी से लेकर पीजी तक की मुफ्त शिक्षा देंगे। केजी से पीजी तक मुफ्त शिक्षा मिलेगी दिल्ली के जरूरतमंद छात्रों को सरकारी शैक्षिक संस्थानों में। जी हां, आपने ठीक सुना, केजी से पीजी तक मुफ्त शिक्षा प्रदान करेंगे जरूरतमंद छात्रों को सरकारी शैक्षिक संस्थानों में। अब हमारी कल्पना ये है कि दिल्ली में सरकारी शिक्षण संस्थानों में जो जरूरतमंद छात्र हैं उनको पीजी से लेकर केजी से लेकर पीजी तक की मुफ्त शिक्षा देंगे। केजी से पीजी तक मुफ्त शिक्षा मिलेगी दिल्ली के जरूरतमंद छात्रों को सरकारी शैक्षिक संस्थानों में। जी हां, आपने ठीक सुना, केजी से पीजी तक मुफ्त शिक्षा प्रदान करेंगे जरूरतमंद छात्रों को सरकारी शैक्षिक संस्थानों में। अब हमारी कल्पना ये है कि दिल्ली में सरकारी शिक्षण संस्थानों में जो जरूरतमंद छात्र हैं उनको पीजी से लेकर केजी से लेकर पीजी तक की मुफ्त शिक्षा देंगे। केजी से पीजी तक मुफ्त शिक्षा मिलेगी दिल्ली के जरूरतमंद छात्रों को सरकारी शैक्षिक संस्थानों में। जी हां, आपने ठीक सुना, केजी से पीजी तक मुफ्त शिक्षा प्रदान करेंगे जरूरतमंद छात्रों को सरकारी शैक्षिक संस्थानों में। ऑटो और टैक्सी ड्राइवरों के लिए हम ऑटो टैक्सी ड्राइवर वेलफेयर बोर्ड बनाएंगे, कल्याणकारी बोर्ड बनाएंगे और इसका गठन करने के बाद हम 10 लाख रुपए तक का जीवन बीमा और 5 लाख रुपए तक का
All right, we'll get you more details, but we have latest visuals of coming in of Lilavati Hospital at the moment. From outside the hospital, we are learning Saif Ali Khan is expected to be out any moment from now, but what we're learning at the moment is that Saif Ali Khan has already been discharged. There are just a few formalities that are being done at the moment, and he is going to be leaving from the hospital in just a bit. On your TV screens, you have visuals of Kareena Kapoor, who was seen leaving from the hospital just a while back. She was wearing a white t-shirt and jeans when she arrived at the hospital and did not speak to the media. However, earlier, remember, the Khan family had requested people to keep away and to maintain their privacy. But at the moment, we do understand a lot is happening with Saif Ali Khan expected to be out from the hospital. There is movement taking place right outside Lilavati Hospital. He is expected to be out anytime. Now, Kareena Kapoor had gone to meet him when the formalities were being done. We are given to understand that Sharmila Tagore, Saif Ali Khan's mother, is also at the hospital at this point in time. All right, she is expected to be accompanying Saif Ali Khan as he leaves from the hospital. Also, CCTV cameras have been installed at actor Saif Ali Khan's residence after the knife attack took place 5 days ago. And we do understand there have been serious security lapses as there were no surveillance cameras which were installed in and around the area. The attacker then managed to flee also. Well, he's been arrested finally. His name is Mohammad Ismail Shehzad. He's a illegal Bangladeshi migrant who's been arrested by the police from Thane just a few days back. And he was the one who was accused of stabbing Saif Ali Khan multiple times. He was the intruder who managed to enter the home and this little fight that took place between Saif Ali Khan and the intruder, after which Saif Ali Khan was stabbed and he had to be admitted to the hospital. There was a surgery also that was conducted on him, and after which he now has been discharged. However, as per latest information coming in, we are also learning that Saif Ali Khan has been asked to take complete bed rest. He's been asked to take rest at the moment and not engage in physical activity. All right, we'll be getting more details from the ground. My colleagues Anuj and Abira are tracking the developments. They'll be joining us in just a bit and get us more. But at the moment, this is the latest that's coming in. Saif Ali Khan has been discharged from the hospital. He will be moving out of the hospital in just a bit. Remember, it's been almost 5 days now that he was admitted to the hospital, but finally the doctors have given a go-ahead for Saif Ali Khan to be discharged. All right, let's go across to Abira first. She is outside the Lilavati hospital. Abira, what is happening now? What kind of movement is taking place? Is Sharmila Tagore still at the hospital? Is she going to be accompanying Saif Ali Khan?
Sharmila Tagore is still in the hospital. We have not seen her stepping out of the hospital since morning. She came into the hospital in the morning like every day for the past 5 days. This was her ritual, coming into the hospital in the morning and leaving only by evening. Today she came into the hospital and she still continues to be in the hospital with Saif, while Kareena stepped out of the hospital just 15 minutes back. Like Anuj said, she was seen outside their house in Satguru Sharan, and after that she also stepped out from the house, but she has not come back to the hospital yet. There's a lot of security near the lobby. There is police officers all lined up there because they know that anytime soon Saif Ali Khan will be stepping out. This is his first time stepping out after the media will capture him after 5 days of the incident that happened in his house. But also to make things clear that it is right now 3:17. He's expected to step out between 3:30 and 4. His team has confirmed to us that he'll be stepping out the hospital between 3:30 and 4. So the fans, media, everybody is there are 3 different gates and media is standing at each and every gate waiting for just one visual of the actor when he steps out.
All right, let me go across to my colleague Anuj also, who's outside Saif Ali Khan's residence. We do understand security also has been heightened at Saif Ali Khan's residence, but he owns 2 houses in that area. Which residence is he going to come back to? There are CCTV cameras also being installed, we do understand, at his residence. All right, Anuj, we are being told that he's going to be recording his statement with the police also. When is that expected?
First let me try and show you what this place looks like. We've seen that the police security has increased here. This is the Satguru Sharan apartment, and this, interestingly, is the same gate which was used by the accused to jump into the building. This is not the main gate. The main gate is on the front side, but one can see that the height of this gate is not too high. And then, of course, there's a security cabin right there. But then the presence of security, according to the locals, is not as dense and as continuous as it should have been in a VIP area like this. Besides, the presence of the CCTV cameras also is very sparse, which is why just a couple of hours ago we saw that on the 11th floor, that is where Saif Ali Khan stays, and that too on the front side, we recorded several workers, either doing the drilling work and also trying to install the CCTV cameras, which were taken inside the building in the morning hours, which suggests that the security of the building and especially of the flats which are owned by Saif Ali Khan, he owns multiple flats in this one apartment. The security of that will be increased hereafter. And let me just ask my camera person to show you the other building, which is just past one road or one small street. That is the Fortune Heights. That is the older apartment where Saif used to live before shifting into this apartment. Of course, as you can see on your screen, the presence of security here is quite partial, and one can see a huge number of police officials standing outside Satguru Sharan and not many standing outside the old apartment, probably to suggest that he might come here. But we are keeping a close track on both the apartments, because we saw that both the sisters, that is Karishma Kapoor and Kareena Kapoor Khan, were here. They did have a look at the media presence, they did have a look at the security presence, and then they were continuously on call, perhaps with someone in the office, perhaps in someone within the team of Saif Ali Khan or with the police officials, just to make sure that when Saif is let let go from the hospital. His journey from the hospital, and especially inside either of these two buildings, precisely in Satguru Sharan, is an easy affair. More importantly, as he talked about the recording the statement, that was expected once Saif was to be discharged, but one can expect that to happen in all likeliness tomorrow, considering that police is rather the hospital authorities and the doctors are very adamant about Saif meeting a very limited number of individuals, given the chances of infections. The wounds, they were very deep, and although he is out of danger, but then he has still been suggested a bed rest for close to a week and a half. So it'll be interesting to see, when exactly does the police recording statement procedure takes place.
Okay, the Mumbai police seem to have made significant headway in their investigation in Saif Ali Khan attack case, but we do understand officers also had visited Saif Ali Khan's residence in the early hours today to recreate the crime scene. What more details have emerged out of that?
When the police asked for a 14-day police custody in the court a couple of days ago of the accused, there were two important pointers that they put forth in front of the judge. First was to kind of establish the origin of the person. Of course, at that point of time, they were suspecting him to be a Bangladeshi resident, and now it has almost been confirmed by the police, but they wanted to zero down upon the identity and the place of origin of that particular individual. And secondly, they wanted to understand the approach taken by this accused while entering into this apartment. And to do that, in cases like these, we've seen, even when there was a bomb threat to Entela a few years ago, crime scene recreation is something that the police relies on to understand what went through with the help of the accused. And that was expected to happen yesterday, but then the police hinted at it taking place when, it's dark around, because that was the time when the crime took place. So this crime scene recreation procedure took place from 5:30 a.m. till 7 a.m. today morning, where they they went through this entire area and followed the procedure and the route taken by the accused here, to break into Jahangir's room on the 11th floor. And it did not just stop there, because after that, the accused went to a close-by garden, spent some time there, rested there, and
yes,
then
Anuj, I'll just come back to you. Let
me
me get an update from Abira also, who's right outside the Lilavati hospital at the moment. Abira, any movement that you can see at the moment? We do believe it's just 5 to 7 minutes that's left. And we do believe between 3:30 to 4 p.m., as you've been telling us, Saif Ali Khan is expected to move out of the hospital. Is there a gathering of fans around the hospital, or is there security that has been amped up as well? Could you show us around?
The security has been amped. If we can show you around, I'm standing right opposite the hospital right now, not near the gate. The gates are flooded by media and few fans. The fans are being sent on the other side of the road. Right now, I'm opposite the hospital, and of course, the security has been heightened. There is police, there are bodyguards who are on alert, standing right in front of the gate of the hospital, the lobby of the hospital. But there's still 5 minutes left. We are waiting. 3:30, between 3:30 and 4 is the time we have been given that he will step out. The cars are ready, but his car is completely tinted, so we don't know if we'll get a glimpse of him, but the cars are ready, and anytime now, Sharmila ji and Saif Ali Khan will be stepping out of the hospital. He'll be stepping out of the hospital after 5 days after the attack. He was hospitalized because of 6 major wounds on his body. The one big wound was on his back, where the knife, 2.5-inch knife, entered his body. That had to be surgically removed by the neurosurgeons.
So what have the doctors said?
That was a big wound. That's why the doctor has...
Is Saif completely all right now? Can he move around? Or we do believe he's still been asked to take bed rest. How long is it going to take for him to recover fully?
the doctor said the wound on his back is a severe wound because it was near the spine. So he needs to be on bed rest. He cannot be walking around, though they have made him walk, and they have also said there's no risk of paralysis. He's absolutely fine. He got saved by just 2 millimeters. The knife didn't touch the spinal cord. But because there was a spinal fluid leak, they had to do an operation immediately, which went on for 5 hours. So the doctor said that he has to be on bed rest and he cannot walk around also or meet people because there are high chances of infection.
All right, let me go across to Anuj also. Anuj, you've been telling us there is not much security that's visible outside Saif Ali Khan's residence. Why is that so? I mean, after all this, burglary bid that took place few days back, and all the commotion that happened later on, and this of course sparked a huge controversy. But still. Despite all of that, the security arrangements haven't been made proper outside the residence of Saif Ali Khan. Any reason for that? Has the police commented on that?
Kitty, there are two ways to look at it. Firstly, when you talk about security outside private apartments, one has to look at the security provided by the apartment or, Satguru Sharan apartment owned security. And the other, of course, is this security of the police, especially after this case is unfolded. Now, in this case, of course, as we've been talking about the scene recreation bid that took place in the morning, even yesterday when we were here, we found that, a couple of police vehicles were present here pretty much all the time. But today, very interestingly, we only saw the police teams coming at regular intervals, but not really being stationed here at outside Saif Ali Khan's house. But we did see them come on regular intervals. That is, after every 2 hours, we saw that senior officials from the Bandra police station, including senior PIs and inspectors, make their way and not just make sure that the security outside the residences is satisfactory, but they also went inside as a follow-up to the procedure that took place in the morning. More interestingly, it is the security, the private security of the actor that is going to be a point of concern in the long run, and that is where things become more interesting. Because in the morning we saw that, boxes carrying CCTV cameras entered this particular apartment, and then we also saw that on the 11th floor, the drilling work had started at least 2 hours ago, which is still underway, which suggests that they will be looking to, heighten the security of not necessarily just the apartment, but especially of all those flats which are owned by Saif Ali Khan. But in the last 1 hour, as you can also see on your screen, the police presence has increased. That is again also because the movements of the actors is increased, and we are inching closer to the time when Saif Ali Khan will be coming here. And we can also see, just how the case is outside the Lilavati hospital. The police has made sure that this entire street, has been emptied, right? The media which was present right outside the Satguru Sharan gate. Now the police is making sure that the media has been pushed to one corner, so that, of course, the movement of the vehicles on the road is easy, and the actor who is expected to be here soon does not find it really difficult to enter the apartment.
Okay, Anuj. Thank you so much, Anuj, for getting us all those details there. To Abira as well. We'll come back to you both later and get more updates. Meanwhile, that's the latest we're picking up at this point in time. Saif Ali Khan expected to be out of the hospital in just a bit. He's been discharged already. The formalities are almost over, and he will be leaving for his home in just a bit from now. Shifting our focus now to some more news that we're tracking at the moment. Adani Group Chairman Gautam Adani attended the Maha Mela today, which is the world's largest religious gathering in UP's Prayagraj. Gautam Adani and his wife Preeti Adani, who is also the chairperson of the Adani Foundation, and their son Karan Adani, offered prayers at Triveni Sangam. This is the point where the Ganga, Yamuna and Saraswati rivers meet. Gautam Adani also visited the camp of the ISKCON temple at the fair and helped in cooking Maha Prasad. Well, the Adani Group and ISKCON have joined hands to serve meals to devotees at the Maha Mela. Speaking to the media, Mr. Gautam Adani thanked Prime Minister Modi and UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath for the elaborate preparations at the Maha Kumbh.
नहीं, आज मैं यहाँ प्रयागराज की भूमि में आया हूँ। एक बहुत अद्भुत अनुभव हुआ। मैंने भी ऐसा सोचा नहीं था। जो यहाँ आके जो अनुभव मिला है वो आम और नहीं है। नहीं, आप एक देखो तो यहाँ की जो व्यवस्था और भव्यता जो बनाई हुई है, तो मैं सच्चे दिल से प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी और मुख्यमंत्री योगी जी, ये अपने सब भारतवासियों की तरफ से मैं उनको धन्यवाद दूंगा। और उत्तर प्रदेश का प्रशासन एंड खास करके पुलिस कर्मचारी, सफाईगण, जिस तरह से इतने करोड़ों की तादाद के अंदर लोग यहाँ आते हैं और जिस तरह से व्यवस्था रखी हुई है, ये मेरे हिसाब से मैनेजमेंट इंस्टीट्यूट और कॉर्पोरेट हाउस के लिए भी एक रियली संशोधन का विषय है।
प्रयागराज में आए हैं, यहाँ से क्या कुछ लेकर के जाएंगे? लोग यहाँ से गंगा जल लेकर के जाते हैं त्रिवेणी संगम पर।
ऐसा है कि माँ गंगा का आशीर्वाद लेना, उससे ज़्यादा कुछ नहीं।
सर, एक महाकुंभ तो हो गया, बताया जा रहा है कि जीत की शादी है, तो क्या उसमें भी देश दुनिया से लोगों का एक महाकुंभ आएगा? क्या क्या तैयारियां हैं?
नहीं, देखो ऐसा है, जीत की शादी 7 फरवरी को है। देखो मेरा उछेर और एक्चुअली हमारी कार्यशैली जो है एक कॉमन पर्सन की तरह है, सामान्य वर्ग की तरह है। और जीत की शादी में यहाँ जीत भी आया था, तो वो माँ गंगा का आशीर्वाद लेने ही आया था। और जीत की जो शादी है बहुत ट्रेडिशनल की तरह से, बहुत सिंपल और ट्रेडिशनल वे पे होने वाली है।
क्या सेलिब्रिटीज और जाने माने अधिकारी भी आएंगे वहाँ से?
क्या वो सेलिब्रिटीज का महाकुंभ होने वाला है, ऐसा समझ सकते हैं?
बिल्कुल नहीं होगा, ये बहुत ट्रेडिशनल वे पे फैमिली के अंदर ही होने वाली है शादी।
सर, एक सवाल और है, आप उत्तर प्रदेश काफ़ी बार आए हैं, आपका काफ़ी बिजनेस इंटरेस्ट भी है यहाँ पे, एक बार फिर आप यहाँ पे रिलीजियस रीजन की वजह से, तो हाउ इज इट टू बी इन उत्तर प्रदेश?
नहीं, जो ऐसा है कि उत्तर प्रदेश में जो अपॉर्चुनिटी है वो बहुत ज़्यादा है। इतनी 25-27 करोड़ की आबादी है और डेवलपमेंट की जिस दिशा में उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार काम कर रही है, उसमें अदानी ग्रुप का कंटिन्यूसली योगदान रहेगा। तो हम लोग कमिटेड है उत्तर प्रदेश में ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा इन्वेस्टमेंट करें। थैंक यू।
Well, with that, it's time for a quick break here. More news and updates will continue on the other side. Stay tuned.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
Hello and welcome to the best of the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland.
For 2 decades, NDTV has been a window to the world's greatest thinkers, leaders, Nobel laureates and stars at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland.
From Bill Gates to Shakira to Randy Zuckerberg to top ministers to what is often the biggest story, India, a global economic powerhouse. Conversations around our greatest challenges from AI to wars to sustainability. Join us, NDTV's Vishnu Shom and me, Neeraj Shah, as we engage with the world's finest. NDTV at Davos from January 20th to January 25th.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं।
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी।
Kind attention, please. Delhi Election Metro 2025 is arriving on people's platform.
Please mind the gap.
BJP or AAP, who will get to the Delhi Secretariat station?
दरवाजे बाईं तरफ खुलेंगे.
Who will Delhi voters open the victory doors for? And who will be shown the door? Can the BJP throw AAP's victory run off track? Or will it be Kejriwal's ticket to win again? Can Congress take the election metro to revival? We will track it all for you. Delhi's decision destination.
Doors will open on the left.
Stay tuned to NDTV for mega metro poll coverage.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Maha Kumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip and the spiritual sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Maha Kumbh 2025.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
Hello and welcome to the best of the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland.
For 2 decades, NDTV has been a window to the world's greatest thinkers, leaders, Nobel laureates and stars at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland.
From Bill Gates to Shakira to Randy Zuckerberg to top ministers to what is often the biggest story, India, a global economic.
Welcome back after the break. A 26-year-old student from Hyderabad was shot dead at a gas station in Washington, D.C. Well, the victim has been identified as Ravi Teja. He was a resident of Hyderabad. He had gone to the U.S. in March 2022 for a master's degree. And after completing his education, Ravi was actively looking for a job in the city when the incident took place. In fact, as per reports, he was shot dead when he was out delivering a food order. Well, the local police are investigating the motive behind the attack and are also working on identifying the perpetrators. All right, to get more details about that, my colleague Uma Sudhir also now joins us on the broadcast. She is getting us more information about this attack and the investigation that is being carried out. What more is being learned, Uma?
So Ravi Teja is this 26-year-old young man from Hyderabad who had in fact gone to the US to pursue a MBA degree. He went there in March of 2022. He has completed his MBA degree but not able to land a job, and therefore was doing part-time jobs there, and he was working for a Chinese food joint and was delivering food in a car when in a carjacking incident he was shot dead by unidentified assailants. Who exactly they were, and was it what was the reason why he was shot dead? That is not yet clear, but what we do know is that Ravi Teja's sister is also in the US, and she is someone who had only recently graduated from a university in Chicago. Ravi Teja himself had gone to a Sacred Heart University in Connecticut and had passed out with an MBA degree there. And the sister-brother duo, in fact, wanted to bring their parents to the US, and he had been asking his father to apply for a visa so that they could come to the US, and he had expressed confidence to his father that he would be able to land a job in the US very soon. He had told him that because the presidential elections had happened, and subsequently, of course, yesterday was the inauguration as well. That's the day that the father, in fact, got the very heartbreaking and shocking news. It was very early in the morning when his father, in fact, had Chandramouli, who was a taxi driver here, had got up to take an early morning walk when, through the father of a friend of Ravi Teja, the information came in about him being injured, and the father says that he suspected the worst because something similar had happened to a friend of Ravi Teja, and presumably he was referring to the incident of Sai Teja, another Indian who from Telangana itself, who had in fact been killed or died in the US. It was an unnatural death as well. Investigation per se about who carried out the attack, what was the motive, the police there have not yet revealed any of those details, and that is something that is awaited. What the family and the well-wishers of the family have done is to appeal both to the state government here as well as to the Ministry of External Affairs to try and bring Ravi Teja's body back home at the earliest. Back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Uma, for getting us all those details there. We'll try and get more details on this big story that we're tracking at the moment as to what action is being taken and the investigation that is being carried out in order to identify the perpetrators who are involved in this young man's killing. Shifting our focus now to some big breaking news coming in. This is from the national capital. We're learning Prime Minister Modi is expected to lead an intense campaign for the BJP in Delhi. Prime Minister Modi will be holding 3 rallies in the national capital as part of the BJP's election campaign. As per information now coming in, the rallies are scheduled for January 29th, January 31st and Feb 2nd. This is the latest information coming in. Well, remember, the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP are engaged in a fierce campaign in the national capital for the Delhi polls. The Delhi polls are to take place on Feb 5th in a single phase, and the result will be out on Feb 8th. But before that, fierce and intense campaigning that's taking place by the BJP as well as the Aam Aadmi Party. The BJP also has released its second manifesto, part of the manifesto that has been released by the BJP today as well. And as per information coming in, Prime Minister Modi is also going to be holding these rallies in the national capital as part of the BJP's election campaign. My colleague Ishwarya also now joins us on the broadcast here. Ishwarya, so Prime Minister Modi also is going to be holding these 3 rallies in the national capital, and the campaign of the BJP is only going to get intense in the coming days.
Well, certainly the information that is pouring in as far as Bharatiya Janata Party is concerned, they are going to hold several mega rallies with Prime Minister Narendra Modi holding 3 rallies in the national capital on January 29th, January 31st and February 2nd, and that will be public meetings in Northeast Delhi, in Dwarka, and also in the West Delhi as well. But it will be Prime Minister Narendra Modi along with Home Minister Amit Shah, Rajnath Singh, JP Nadda, Manohar Lal Khattar, Nitin Gadkari, and chief ministers and leaders from various states who will be also joining the campaign ahead of the upcoming Delhi elections. As far as the elections are concerned, the Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath will be holding 14 rallies. Hemanta Biswa Sharma will also be holding a series of strategy a campaign which has been prepared by the Bharatiya Janata Party to go ahead with full-fledged force as far as the upcoming elections are concerned. And now the details emerging that in the last week of January and in the first week of February, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be conducting these mega public rallies to garner more and more votes for the Bharatiya Janata Party.
All right, Shwarya, thank you so much for getting us those details there. Big breaking news that we are learning of at the moment. Well, the BJP has prominently positioned Prime Minister Modi as the face of its Delhi election campaign, and Prime Minister Modi himself is going to be addressing these 3 rallies for the BJP as part of its election campaign. Well, with that, it's time for a quick break. Yeah, more news and updates continue on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Kind attention, please. Delhi Election Metro 2025 is arriving on People's Platform.
Please mind the gap.
BJP or AAP, who will get to the Delhi Secretariat station?
दरवाजे बाईं तरफ खुलेंगे.
Who will Delhi voters open the victory doors for? And who will be shown the door? Can the BJP throw AAP's victory run off track? Or will it be Kejriwal's ticket to win again? Can Congress take the election metro to revival? We will track it all for you. Delhi's decision destination.
Doors will open on the left.
Stay tuned to NDTV for mega metro poll coverage.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Maha Kumbh, the festival of faith. The world's biggest spiritual festival. The divine dip and the spiritual sangam. A sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
Hello and welcome to the best of the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland.
For 2 decades, NDTV has been a window to the world's greatest thinkers, leaders, Nobel laureates and stars at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland.
From Bill Gates to Shakira to Randy Zuckerberg to top ministers to what is often the biggest story. India, a global economic powerhouse. Conversations around our greatest challenges from AI to wars to sustainability. Join us, NDTV's Vishnu Shom and me, Neeraj Shah, as we engage with the world's finest. NDTV at Davos from January 20th to January 25th.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric.
Welcome back after the break. Donald Trump has taken the oath of office as the 47th president of the US, with promises to push the limits of executive power, deport millions of immigrants, and secure retribution against his political enemies, as well as his promise to transform the role of America on the world stage. Well, the swearing-in ceremony of President Donald Trump that traditionally takes place at an enormous temporary platform on the Capitol's scenic West Lawn was moved indoors because of a frigid forecast. Well, J.D. Vance has also been sworn in. After taking the oath, the new president also laid out his plans for the next 4 years. Donald Trump has signed as many as 80 executive orders to reverse actions taken by the Biden administration.
So this is January 6th. These are the hostages, approximately 1,500.
Executive orders are signed statements about how President wants the federal government to be managed. These orders can be instructions to federal agencies or requests for reports. They can also lay out major policies. For example, when former President Joe Biden signed an order to create a structure for establishing regulations on artificial intelligence. Executive orders are also used by presidents to pursue agendas they haven't been able to or can't get through Congress. New presidents can issue orders to cancel the orders of predecessors, and they often do that. Trump has already cancelled about 78 orders and actions signed by Joe Biden. According to the American Bar Association, the orders do not require congressional approval and can't be directly overturned by lawmakers. Despite appearing to wield a lot of power, there are some limitations to how far an executive order can go. Both Congress and the courts can potentially block these orders. Congress can also deny funding to federal agencies and cripple the enforcement of these orders.
All right, now shifting our focus to some more news that we're tracking. Adani Energy Solutions has won the 25,000 crore Bandra Fatehpur high voltage direct current order. This is Adani Energy Solutions' largest order win till date, taking its order book to 54,761 crore rupees. Well, that's the latest that's coming in. It's a big project win for Adani Energy Solutions. Adani Energy Solutions has won the largest order till date. Adani Energy Solutions has also now got the Bandra Fatehpur project, which is a 25,000 crore project, and the group order has been booked now at 54,761 crore. Well, with that, it's time to wrap this edition. More news and updates continue on the other side.
Kind attention, please. Delhi Election Metro 2025 is arriving on People's Platform.
Please mind the gap.
BJP or AAP, who will get to the Delhi Secretariat station?
दरवाजे बाईं तरफ खुलेंगे.
Who will Delhi voters open the victory doors for? And who will be shown the door? Can the BJP throw AAP's victory run off track? Or will it be Kejriwal's ticket to win again? Can Congress take the election metro to revival? We will track it all for you. Delhi's decision destination.
Doors will open on the left.
Stay tuned to NDTV for mega metro poll coverage.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Maha Kumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Maha Kumbh 2025.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
Hello and welcome to the best of the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland.
For 2 decades, NDTV has been a window to the world's greatest thinkers, leaders, Nobel laureates and stars at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland.
From Bill Gates to Shakira to Randy Zuckerberg to top ministers to what is often the biggest story, India, a global economic powerhouse. Conversations around our greatest challenges, from AI to wars to sustainability. Join us, NDTV's Vishnu Shom and me, Neeraj Shah, as we engage with the world's finest. NDTV at Davos from January 20th to January 25th.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Kind attention, please. Delhi Election Metro 2025 is arriving on People's Platform.
Please mind the gap.
BJP or AAP, who will get to the Delhi Secretariat station?
दरवाजे बाईं तरफ खुलेंगे.
Who will Delhi voters open the victory doors for? And who will be shown the door? Can the BJP throw AAP's victory run off track? Or will it be Kejriwal's ticket to win again? Can Congress take the election metro to revival? We will track it all for you. Delhi's decision destination.
Doors will open on the left.
Stay tuned to NDTV for mega metro poll coverage.
have been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching NDTV. Saif Ali Khan, the actor, has been discharged and he will be arriving at his residence in Bandra soon. Meanwhile, the BJP has yet again promised welfare schemes for the people of Delhi as the battle for the capital of India intensifies. All that and more coming up, but first, the headlines. Actor Saif Ali Khan discharged from the hospital. Saif Ali Khan to leave Leelavati Hospital shortly. Saif Ali Khan suffered injuries on arm and neck. He has been discharged after 5 days. In a historic first, BJP releases manifesto in parts. Part 2 of the BJP's Delhi manifesto released today. BJP, the party, has announced scholarship for needy students today, while Aam Aadmi Party chief Arvind Kejriwal has hit back, saying that BJP will stop free education. Well, Aam Aadmi Party and BJP are also embroiled in an epic Ramayana fight. BJP has fired electoral Hindu attack at the Aam Aadmi Party now, while Aam Aadmi Party has hit back at the BJP's allegations. IMF Deputy MD Geeta Gopinath speaks exclusively to NDTV at Davos. Gopinath says India is amongst the fastest growing economies of the world and that India's rural sector consumption is strengthening. Meanwhile, in the latest flashpoint between the centre and the DMK, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Stalins has now written to India bloc allies, chief ministers opposing the UGC Draft Rules. Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan had presented resolution in Assembly to oppose the UGC Draft Rules. West Bengal government moves Calcutta High Court's division bench against the trial court sentence in Arjikar rape and murder case. The government has sought death penalty for the accused Sanjay Roy. Meanwhile, Gautam Adani visits Maha Kumbh. He offers seva at ISKCON Pandal, and the Ganga Puja was also done today at Prayagraj. Well, there's an important update on the Ministry of External Affairs on the Indus Waters Treaty. Neutral expert upholds India's stand, India's position. In fact, India has welcomed neutral experts' decision. India has welcomed the decision given by the neutral expert under paragraph 7 of the Annexure F of the Indus Waters Treaty 1960. Now, this decision upholds and vindicates India's position that all 7 questions that were referred to the neutral expert in relation to the Kishan Ganga and hydroelectric projects are differences that are failing within his competence under the treaty. My colleague Ghazali joins us with more details on this. Ghazali, tell us the significance of this neutral expert and also this development, India welcoming this decision.
See, this is a very important sort of judgment which has come in favor of the reading by the neutral expert when it comes to construction of dams in the Jammu and Kashmir region, because Pakistan had been objecting to it. And all this while, in the last 1 year, Pakistan has raised multiple objections. It first sought from the World Bank that perhaps there should be a neutral observer who should come and see the feasibility of the project. And later on, it can be decided whether these dams can be built or not. But once India agreed for it, that a neutral observer should certainly come and visit it, Pakistan withdrew it and it went to another international court of arbitration. And that is exactly what India has said now, that the neutral expert who visited the region also saw the feasibility of the project and has said that it doesn't hamper any way the treaty as well as the Pakistan as a state or their water needs. And that is why all those differences which Pakistan had raised has been rejected by the neutral expert. And that is why India has said that perhaps there has been rising demands from both sides that there should also be amendments in the treaty, because it's a treaty which has been going on for the last more than 40 years. Since 1960, this Indus Water Treaty over the river water distribution between India and Pakistan has been operational, and both sides have been talking about updating it, the terms and conditions. But meanwhile, this particular neutral observer's comment and experts' comment has certainly come in favor of India, when India has said that these two dams which are being built will not hamper any ecology or even the terms and conditions of the Indus Water Treaty.
Right. Also, Ghazali, help us understand, this was a neutral expert that was appointed by the World Bank and a chairperson of the Court of Arbitration. And this was regarding the Kishan Ganga and one more hydroelectric power plant. Tell us, what is the procedure like when it comes to these very important traditional treaties between two countries that are not really known to have a very amicable relationship?
See, we need to understand that in the coming, as we see that how the modern warfare has changed, Vasudha, a lot of experts keep saying that since the warfare has moved to digital world, now there is another front where the wars will intensify, and that is due to water. Now, India and Pakistan do share the river waters in the border areas. We know Chenab River is there, or Jhelum, Satluj. There are 5 rivers in that particular belt. From river water from India, from Himalayas, move towards Pakistan. So this is something which is very complex, because the treaties, when they were signed back then, the level of water in these rivers was something else, which has changed over the period of time. And that is why after a considerable period of time, there is always this risk, which Pakistan sort of keeps complaining that India will not allow them the rightful share of the water which was signed in the treaty. And that is when any time a construction happens on our side, in our territory, Pakistan raises that kind of objection. But we certainly need a mediator to talk between the two countries when we know that how hostile Pakistan has been to India on different other fronts. So certainly a neutral observer was demanded by Pakistan itself, but then later they withdrew, perhaps knowing very well that India's stand was very clear on the issue. A neutral observer was engaged. World Bank itself is a world body which was architect of this entire treaty. So a neutral observer was engaged, which spoke to both sides. And India and Pakistan have also been meeting over this Indus Water Treaty. Last time they met in Vienna last year. And these engagements keep happening. In back channel talks keep happening, through diplomatic channels in third world countries. This in the West, these summits or treaties or talks keeps happening about updating the terms and condition of the treaty, which was already under consideration, which is another part of the treaty. The real story is that when Pakistan objected to the construction of these dams in our territory, that has summarily been rejected by the neutral observer who came and visited the area to see the feasibility of those dams.
Right, Ghazali, also we know that Pakistan has been ignoring the legitimate demands of India when it comes to the IWT. And India has sent several notices to Pakistan. In fact, India sent about 4 notices to Pakistan about the violation of the terms of the treaty. In fact, our own Omar Abdullah had also raised this issue. How is Pakistan expected to sort of react to these observations by this neutral expert?
We need to see what and how they will react, but we have seen India's stand when it comes to Pakistan in the last 10 years. We have seen the external affairs minister, even the prime minister, and the entire apparatus, the government apparatus back here in India feels that we should not give that kind of legitimacy, demands, or kind of relevance to Pakistan and its statement. Because time and again, you will see their military generals and military officers, their government spokespersons or top leadership, either they'll keep going back to say that we need to develop good relations with India, or they will keep harping about how they infiltrated during the Kargil war in 1999. So their flip-flop on relations with India is so apparently very clear that India has taken a stand that we will not go. Talks and terror can't go together has been India's stand that continues with it. But India also ensures that when it comes to humanitarian crisis in any of our neighborhood, India will step up first to assess them. Now, coming to this particular issue that how Pakistan is going to react, we'll have to see what kind of objections they raise, because the comments have come from the neutral observer. So we'll have to see that what new allegations or say counter arguments Pakistan will pose in terms of this Indus Water Treaty or the construction of those dams.
Very interesting. Thank you, Ghazali, for joining us with those critical inputs. Neutral observer has upheld India's position when it comes to the Indus Water Treaty, very important piece of agreement between India and Pakistan, something that Pakistan has continued to violate and something that has been flagged by India for the last 40 years. Moving on, actor Saif Ali Khan, who was stabbed by an intruder at his home in Bandra on the 16th of January, was discharged today after 6 days. Doctors have said that he's recovering well. Meanwhile, security has also been enhanced at his building with visuals showing CCTV cameras being installed in the actor's apartment. Remember, this was the shocking attack on Saif Ali Khan that exposed numerous security lapses at the Bandra West apartment. Also, investigation has proceeded on this front. The police on Sunday arrested accused Shariful Islam Shehzad. He's a Bangladeshi national who was staying in India illegally after changing his name to Vijay Das from neighbouring Thane city. CCTV cameras have also been installed in the residence of Bollywood actor Saif Ali Khan, who has been discharged today after that attack on him by an intruder. My colleagues Anuj and Abira join us with more details on this. Abira is at Lilavati Hospital and Anuj is at Saif Ali Khan's residence. To you, Abira, first, what is the update that we have? When is he expected to make that move towards his house?
He's expected to move anytime soon. His team had told us 3:30 to 4, but it's already 4:10 right now. We are still waiting for him, but you can see the heightened security here. There are at least 13 police officials just at the exit gate. And inside, we have more police as well as bodyguard near the lobby. The other gate has another 13 to 20 police officials. That is the entry gate. So, like you can see, the security has been heightened all over the hospital at Lilavati here where he's staying. We know that Sara Ali Khan is also inside with her father as well as her grandmother, Sharmila Tagore. They are waiting for the last bit of formalities to get over so that he can leave the hospital. It has been said that he wants to come back home and be with his children while he recovers. He has been asked to take complete bed rest while he is recovering well, and the doctor said he's doing great, but he needs to be on bed rest because the injury on his back is a serious injury and it needs a lot of rest for him to recover, as well as have been told to limit visitors so that there's no chance of infection. Right now, like you can see, we are outside Lilavati Hospital and I'm constantly getting you all the updates and the action that's happening here. We are waiting for Saif Ali Khan to come out. While we wait, there is security all over, the heightened security. There are 13. You can count and see there are 13 police officials standing only on one gate. This is the exit gate. The car will come in from the other gate, that is the entry gate, and the exit gate is where the car will move out and go towards Satguru, where they are staying right now. It is still not clear. Anuj will give us a better idea where will Saif Ali Khan will be taken to. Is it Satguru or the other house that is Fortune Heights, just 50 meters away from Satguru? But for now, this is what is happening here at Lilavati. There are bodyguards standing near the lobby. The car is already ready. We are just waiting for him to come out. The fans would want to see a glimpse of him while he's stepping out, but we will only find out if he waves at us, the media, the fans, only after he comes out.
So this was an attack that actually shook the nation and exposed several questions when it comes to security of celebrities and also the safety of people in Mumbai. Anuj, to you now, how is it looking like, in the residence, nearby in the neighboring areas? Because that has been the point of contention, right? Because Bandra has seen a lot of, at least 3 incidents that have in some ways shaken the people of this neighborhood. Tell us what is expected there and what is the mahal like when it comes to Bandra?
So one of the more intriguing points of this entire case was the fact that Bandra West and considered to be one of the more upscale areas of Mumbai cities. Of course, again considered to be a lot more. The security here is a lot more than what it is in, of course, the other parts of the city. But
okay, Saif Ali Khan has been discharged today, and he is expected to arrive at his residence anytime soon, and those were my colleagues reporting on the details. Remember, this is after the shocking attack on Saif Ali Khan exposed numerous security lapses at his Bandra West apartment, and he's been discharged by Lilavati Hospital today, and he's expected to arrive at his residence. We're going back to Anuj now. Anuj, you were talking about how is it looking like outside Saif Ali Khan and Kareena Kapoor's residence in Bandra?
Yes, Abira just told us about how there are two houses which belong to Saif Ali Khan here. While this is the place, Satguru Sharan, where the incident took place, the gate that you're seeing on your screen right now, this is the back gate of the apartment, and this is the route used by the accused, the Bangladeshi national, to sneak into the apartment and later go on to the 11th floor using staircase and also the AC duct, and then enter Jahangir's room, eventually attack Saif Ali Khan and leave the place. One can see that the barricades have been brought in just a while back, right? In the last 1 or 2 hours, there's been a lot of activity happening here. We saw that Kareena Kapoor came first, and then Karishma Kapoor followed her. Kareena Kapoor, of course, left the place, and then she came back again. So at the moment, we have both the Kapoor sisters, that is Kareena Kapoor and Karishma Kapoor, in this very residence. They're probably trying to coordinate with Saif's team, with the medical team, and of course with the police to know or to make sure that the journey of the actor from the hospital to this particular apartment, which is not too far away either, it's a journey of less than 10 minutes. They want to make it safe. The other apartment which belonged to Saif Ali Khan is the one that we'll see on our screen right now. This is, the Fortune Heights. This is the place where Saif Ali Khan used to live before moving into Satguru Sharan. There were murmurs about how Saif might prefer going to that apartment, given the fact that, firstly, there's the incident took place in Satguru Sharan, right? So it might give a bit of psychological advantage. And secondly, because we've also seen that the drilling work has been going on in Satguru Sharan since today morning, and that is the more interesting part, because one point of criticism that you also rightly pointed out is the lack of security even for the VIP apartments, that puts this entire question of law and order in Mumbai into a much broader light. If the VIPs and the VIP areas in the Mumbai are not safe, then how can the security of those living on the streets and in the much less affluent areas be guaranteed? But talking about this particular area first, we saw that bags carrying CCTV cameras entered the apartment, and then we also saw that the front side of this particular apartment, which is only covered by a pigeon net. Now we are seeing that drilling work is going on there, which probably suggests that the Khan family might want to cover that entire area up just to make sure that they are ensuring better safety in days to come. But these are all temporary measures. The security of this particular building has been under question. The number of security personnel in the building, or be it the sparse distribution of the CCTV cameras across this entire area, especially in this building, has been the point of contention for the longest time. But at the moment, we're all looking forward to Saif returning back to Satguru Sharan. As Abira said, he might leave hospital. He's already been discharged, but they're probably still trying to figure out, the safest way to reach out here, so that they can stay away from the hush-hush of the fans, of the media, and of course, of all the people who will be there on the way from Lilavati Hospital to this particular area.
Anuj, also Maharashtra and specifically Mumbai have seen a lot of political instability in the last 5 years, 3 chief ministers, and finally there's a government that has a majority. So does the number of policemen on the street today, specifically in Bandra, reflect the kind of seriousness that the administration has with respect to safety of people in Mumbai? Do you get that sense?
That's a very interesting question, because that's what we've been reporting since morning, right? We saw that the crime scene recreation took place in the early hours of the morning, but then one was expecting, at least some presence of constant police, presence here outside Saif Ali Khan's residence. But we only saw, the police officials from the Bandra police station coming here at regular intervals, just to make sure that they conduct recce's again inside the house before, declaring it a safe area for Saif to, come back. But besides that, we haven't really seen a constant presence of the police officials. What you see on your screen is pretty recent. We were here yesterday as well, and even yesterday there was not more than 1 vehicle and 2 cops inside that particular vehicle. And even today, right, we saw that this presence only increased a couple of hours before, before now. That is when the actors, that is Kareena and Karishma Kapoor, started entering this particular area. So yes, it does really pose very, very important questions in front of the law and order, people who uphold that, and especially the Home Ministry, which has been under a lot of hammer and a lot of pressure, not just by the opposition but also by the people, because this incident is not just one of those incidents where people are interested in it because their favorite star has been attacked, but it is reflective somewhere of the kind of law and order situation that is seen in this particular part of the world. Mumbai is often considered to be one of the safer cities, but in last 12 months, even before elections, we saw that women's safety has been one of the major contentions, and not just in Mumbai but even in the close by areas. And this just we can just hold this as one of the examples of how even the rich and even the affluent localities and neighborhoods are not untouched by that particular scare.
Right. Also going back to Abira, in the last 5 days, tell us a little bit about, the celebrities who came to visit Saif Ali Khan and also his own family members. These are two, high-profile families that are involved, the Kapoors and Pataudis. So clearly there was a lot of interest in this case, and also the nature of the attack by an intruder, Saif trying to protect his family. The whole thing was intriguing and at some level really, shook the country. So tell us, in the last 6 days, how did the family react to this, and who are the people who really came out and spoke strongly in asking for more security and asking for accountability?
It was an extremely traumatic event for the family. If I can just talk about the family, someone coming inside the room, being a mother myself, I can't even imagine someone walking out of a bathroom of my child's room. I mean, I cannot imagine what the family is going through. And after that, watching your husband